Oh my gosh, here it is. The final show of the year. Our big Game of the Year 2025, 2025 in review, 2026 predictions. Big show. I'm very excited, but also I'm kind of stressed out. I always get with this show, because this is the big event. This is what the year all leads to. And this year, oh boy, were there some weird things that happened. We'll get to Game of the Year. But I had to make some choices this year, that's for sure. Which is crazy based on the amount of games I played. So, how it's going to work tonight, we're going to be playing Kirby Air Riders. Where I'm going to boot up the game here in a minute. We're going to be doing basically nothing but City Trial. We're going to play for... Usually, Game of the Year stream goes on for about 4 hours. If it goes longer or shorter than that, it happens. But I fully expect to go for like 4 hours tonight. So keep that in mind. But we're just going to play City Trial the whole time. Hopefully have some fun. And yeah, we're going to do 2025 in review. So we're going to look over like movies, TV, books, music, other sorts of things. I got a list of stuff. We'll do my YouTubers of 2025. Every year I like to share the love a little bit and talk about the YouTubers I enjoyed watching. Then we'll get into Game of the Year. Game of the Year will be our last 2025 in review thing. We'll go down 10-1, talk about all the different games I loved this year. And then after that, we'll do 2026 predictions. In those exact same categories. Movies, TVs, books, games. What am I looking forward to? What am I interested in? We'll talk about that. And then at the end, I have written on here that we're going to look back at my predictions for last year. I don't entirely know, I don't want to rewatch my 2026 video to see, what I said, but I'm at least going to go through the list, which I have not looked at. I have not looked at my 2025 predictions since I gave them last year. So we'll look over them, see how those all squared up. And then, yeah, that'll be the end of the show. Again, give or take 4 hours, that's what it usually is. So with that, let's just boot up Kirby Air Riders. So here we are, Kirby Air Riders. If you know anything about how this show works, this does mean that somewheres on my list is going to be Kirby Air Riders. Because last year when we played Balatro, year before that it was Mario. I think it was Mario Wonder the year before that. I always try to play the game for Game of the Year. So for 2025 in review, we've got all the mainstay categories. We've got movies, television shows. I put anime on there. I didn't watch that much anime. We'll talk about it, but I have it on there. I got books. I really only have one book series, technically two, but we'll talk about them obviously. I put Legos on there just because why not? And then we have just the miscellaneous stuff. The stuff that kind of falls under other categories, but doesn't really fall under any sort of category. And of course we'll do YouTubers, and then we'll end it off with Game of the Year. Yeah, sound good? That makes sense to everybody? It's gonna buckle up, it's gonna be a long show. Let's hope we're able to find matches. That's the other thing. It can be a little hit and miss with this game. We're doing ranked, because I have better chance finding matches in ranked than I do non-ranked, but we'll see. Oh, shit. Alright. Alright, so let's start off with movies. So this year, I would say, was a good year for movies. There were a few standouts. There were a few movies that personally I thought meant a lot to me. And then, there was some other just really good stuff. There was some stuff, I was anticipating. I feel like every year there's a bunch of stuff I'm anticipating. And then when push comes to shove, I only actually like a smaller portion of it. But it's fun to, get excited for things. So just go over a few real quick to start us off. Sinners, this was Ryan Coogler's new movie, Michael B. Jordan, and it was fantastic. This was early-ish on in the year. Okay, I want to say it was like May, but this was still pretty early on in the year, and this was great. Everything, it's vampires in the South, and the music's fantastic, the writing, the acting, everything about this was so good. And it was just, again, it was early-ish on into the year, not one of the first things, but it was the first movie this year where I was like, yeah, that was great. That's a real standout. And, well, it wasn't always, like, my top spot. It was, whenever I was thinking of, like, what were the best movies this year, it was always high up there for me. Another one that came out more recently is One Battle After Another. This is the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie. And yeah, it's also really good. It's well acted, well shot. I really enjoyed it. I don't really have much to say on it, especially stuff that hasn't been said. But I did really enjoy it. Yeah, lives up to the name, that's for sure. Let's see, was it Gary Whitta who did the cosplay of it for Halloween? That was great. But no, I definitely would recommend it. This one's going up for all the Oscar baits, as I would say. We'll have to talk about that later. I saw someone call this Oscar slop. Man, do I hate... We started off so strong with the word slop this year. Slop is such a good word, but it's so good that it immediately got misappropriated, and just everything is slop now, and it sucks. Because slop was a very good word, and now everything's fucking slop. Regardless, we had Mickey 17. This was Bong Joon-ho's new movie, director of Parasite. I didn't like this as much as everybody else did. It's Robert Pattinson. He's fantastic. Bong Joon-ho just got off a big high, which was Parasite. I was very excited for this one. I know, did this get delayed? There was something weird that happened in the lead up to this movie. But I was very excited for it, and I thought it was fine. I don't think they could have made another Parasite, but I guess I just wanted a little bit more. I didn't hate it by any means. I mean, it still made my end of the year list. Oh, the one thing I didn't say, I try to keep this positive. This is 2025 in review, but I try to keep things positive, so I'm not really going to talk about the things I hate. Like, I'll mention them here and there. We'll get to music. We'll get to the music part that'll get me crucified. Maybe. But I try to keep things positive. I try to keep things on the level. This is, for being such a shitty year, I'm trying to stay on the level. Like, we're not going to talk about politics tonight. Outside of, Trump being in the Epstein files. But no, I liked it. I just didn't love this as much as I wanted to. Next up, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. This was the big finale to the Mission Impossible series. I was excited for it, of course. I thought Dead Reckoning, the one before this, was the best movie. I thoroughly enjoyed Dead Reckoning so much. I think it had some great set pieces, some great action moments, really building up the stakes. And then Final Reckoning, I also really enjoyed. I'm more positive on it than most people. I feel like a lot of people are just like, oh, okay, this is just finally the final Tom Cruise stupid action movie. No, I think this movie is more than that. I think calling this just another Tom Cruise action movie is kind of underselling it. But I did really enjoy it. At the time when I first saw it, I walked out being like, oh yeah, this is my favorite Mission Impossible movie. Because before, I probably would have said Dead Reckoning, and before that, it was, 4? Which I think was Ghost Protocol was 4? Because here's the thing, I know people love Mission Impossible Fallout. For a lot of people, Fallout is their number one. And it's not for me, but if I rewatched it, I'd probably think higher of it. Because Fallout was like the second Mission Impossible I saw. I saw it because I only saw, this was back during the Movie Pass days. So I didn't really know much about Mission Impossible, and since then I've seen them all, some of them multiple times. I definitely think very differently of the franchise now. I should give Fallout a rewatch. But no, for me, it's Ghost Protocol, Dead Reckoning, and then I really enjoyed Final Reckoning. I like the ending. I know some people don't like it, that, you know, they do the Lord of the Rings, like, oh, let's just end, you know, give all the different endings. I think it works. I do enjoy it. But I'm more positive on it than others. Next up, we got K-Pop Demon Hunters. This was the standout movie of the year. The biggest thing on Netflix. Having, what, 4 songs in the top 10, in Billboard's top 10. Was what, in the Billboard top 100 albums in the top 10 for like 4 months. This movie was huge, and I knew it was going to be huge. Like, there's a lot of people who, I don't want to say I don't want to call other people bandwagoners, but I remember the moment the first trailer was shown, I was like, oh, this thing's going to be huge. Just from the title of the movie, I knew this thing was going to be huge. And I was so fucking vindicated, because this movie was massive. It deserved it. It's become so big that the singers who perform their voices have basically been able to start their own band. Like, they're gonna have to start writing new music separate from the movies at this point. That's how big this has become. Because, yeah, it had all that mainstream appeal. It was fantastic. I've seen this movie like 6 times. At least. I've seen it at least 6 times. My mother has seen it a bunch. I thoroughly enjoyed it. This was everything I wanted to be. This was, you know, my movie of the year at the time. There was nothing else quite like this. It has definitely become so popular that we have gotten, you know, the backlash. When something becomes so big and so famous, eventually people will come out of the woodworks to be like, no, this thing is actually bad. And yeah, that has definitely happened. This, you know, you don't become the #1 movie on Netflix without that happening. But, you know, this finally gave Moana a run for its money, because Moana 2 couldn't. That was so the people who made Moana 2 were like, just watch it. 6 months from now, they'll be singing all the songs from our movie. And nope, nobody cared, but K-Pop Demon Hunters did it. They did it. Everybody loved that movie. You know, until the backlash. I guess we should talk about Marvel real quick. We had 3 Marvel movies this year. We had Captain America, New World Order, Brave New World. I don't remember what the subtitle was. That sure was a movie. I know a lot of people really hate that movie. I don't. I think it is okay. I think there are part of that movie that really works. I like Sam as Captain America. I like General Ross as the Red Hulk. Harrison Ford, you know, Harrison Ford doesn't give a shit about anything. But even still, I think he does a decent job. That ending fight scene is so good. But the rest of the movie, structurally, it is a fucking mess. That movie is a shit show. But I still kind of liked it. Like, I have seen far worse movies. That's the thing. Like, yeah, it's probably like a 6 or a 7. But that's still, I've seen far worse. Far worse has come out this year. Again, I try to stay positive. Did you watch that War of the Worlds movie on Amazon? That's like a 1 or 2 out of 10. That's not so bad it's good, but it's close to it. That movie was abysmal. No, Captain America's fine in comparison. We had Thunderbolts / The New Avengers. Thunderbolts, really good. It was a really good story. In a different MCU sphere, you know, if we were not where we were with the MCU, Thunderbolts would have been a delight. You know, it would have been something really good that people really enjoyed. And people did enjoy it. You know, it's one of the more positively reviewed MCU movies this year, you know, in recent memory. But we're still in modern MCU. But I like the Thunderbolts, I like Elena, I like Red Guardian, I like Ghost. I'm one of the few people who likes the second Ant-Man movie. So yeah, I enjoyed Thunderbolts. I thought it was really good. I liked Bob. I liked the story, how it deals with depression, and looking into the void. It's really good. I think I saw it twice even. Yeah, I think I did see it twice. Because it was a really solid movie. And finally, we had Fantastic Four, First Steps. I wanted to like this one more than I actually did. I wanted to be very high on this movie. Because I was excited for it. And we had just gotten off Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts was good. I went into Fantastic Four expecting it to be good. And it was, but it wasn't great. It's not bad, but it's not... It didn't, go to that next level. It was just good. And nothing, more than that. I liked it. I do want to rewatch it at some point. It is definitely on my... Yeah, I don't think I'll watch... Okay, admittedly, I did rewatch Captain America at home, but that was for a completely different thing. I don't know if I'll ever see Captain America again. I don't know when the next time I'll see Thunderbolts is. Probably not until, I do a big MCU and review too. But I'd watch Fantastic Four First Steps again. Because I do think there was enough there that worked. I liked Galactus. I feel like they did a decent job with Galactus. I know some people are mad at the ending. People complain about Sue Storm, because at the end of the day, Sue Storm is the protagonist of the movie. And we live in this world where, anything with a woman is hated. We'll get to Pluribus in a little bit. But yeah, no, I thought Fantastic Four was good. Just not as good, compared to every other Fantastic Four movie. Yes, it stands out. It's something special. But it doesn't do anything, extraordinary. And then we had the big one. So there was one other superhero movie this year, Superman. I went in wanting the world from Superman. And basically, I got it. You know what happened to the kid? He got everything he wanted. He lived happily ever after. That was Superman for me. Is it a perfect film? No, not really. It's got some issues. There are some changes I would make. The big one is I would make Ultraman, Bizarro, or something along those lines. I don't mind him being a clone. Just do something else with him. And who knows, maybe they're setting up, the crime syndicate in a future movie. Totally possible. But that's the one change. Because other than that, I do really enjoy this movie. I like David Cornsweet as Superman. Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor is fantastic. I'm very excited to see more of him. They've already started casting for the sequel. I'm very excited for it. We're getting Brainiac. And seemingly the movie's going to be about Lex and Superman working together to stop Brainiac. We're going to get the suit in the second one, hopefully. I'm very excited for whatever the next one could be. I really enjoyed this. No, it's not a perfect movie, but it still probably is my movie of the year. Yes, are some of these movies I'd mentioned previously better movies? Yes. But at the end of the day, Superman means the world to me. And I think, compared to all the shit we've been through, I really do feel like it stood and delivered. Of course, the Snyder Bros will never shut up about it, but they are in a hell of their own making. So, who gives a fuck? And finally, we had Wicked for Good. I liked Wicked for Good. I didn't love it, though. I rewatched the first one before seeing the second one. I was so high on the first one. I still am. I think the first one is amazing. But the second one just didn't really do it for me. The second one was good, but not great. And I think the real problem is that it's working with a flawed source material. That the second act of Wicked the play, the musical, is just inherently flawed. So when it came to turning that into a movie, they were always going to bump up against those edges. Of course, in the end, I do think they walked away with something pretty decent. I believe that the movies are the definitive way to see Wicked, more so than the play itself. That may just be me. But I enjoyed it well enough. Now, because there are still a few more days left in December, there's still some movies that are out right now that I do want to see. Specifically Marty Supreme. You know, having the Safdie brothers come in, do a new thing. That, you know, this is... It's not Uncut Gems 2, but they're doing similar things. And I've heard Marty Supreme is fantastic. So I will hopefully get around to that in the next week or so. But yeah, there's still some good stuff. I almost saw that Anaconda, that new Jack Black movie. Yeah. But you know, for the popular spaces and movies, I think this was a pretty decent year. There's a lot of other stuff. But no, I had a decent time. It really... K-pop Demon Hunters did a lot of heavy lifting. And then having Superman, that was so good. But no, I enjoyed this year in movies. When it comes to TV shows, on the other hand, I also think it was a really good year in TV shows. Yeah, no, there were a lot of things I didn't watch. I don't even have a Marvel show on this list. I don't even know if Marvel did a TV show this year. I'm sure they did. I could not for the life of me tell you what Marvel did in television this year. Who gives a shit? Yeah, sure, we had Peacemaker. Peacemaker season 2 was great, I heard. But yeah, Marvel didn't really do anything. So I'm just going to say I don't even have any Marvel thing on this list. The first thing I have is Pixar's Win or Lose. This was something that I think started airing at the end of last year and then finished up early this year. That's what I have in my memory. Win or Lose was a show made by Pixar. It was their first ever television show. It was on streaming services, but you know, it was feature-length episodes. It was the same, like, week leading up to this big game in... I can't remember if it's baseball or softball. It might be softball, but I'm gonna say baseball. And it's told from the different kids and the parents' perspective leading up to this big game. So, like, one of the kids is, you know, she's more religious, and she's dealing with her parents being divorced. One is, you know, her mom is a single mom, raising her and her younger sibling. And then you get the mom in the child's perspective. You get a couple that's dating each other. And I know you at least get one of their perspectives. I can't remember if you get both, but you get at least one. You get an umpire. You get one of the little... I don't think... There are two people dating. You get one of them... But then you don't get the other, you instead get their little brother, which has all sorts of consequences. And what I like about the show is it plays around a lot with its animation. There's a lot of different animation styles being used. Visually, each episode more or less has its own unique visual style, because each character interprets the world differently. And as a result, the show will use a different style to explain their, like, inner thoughts. It is really good. For a Pixar animated, you know, Pixar is great with movies. They're good with, Yeah, they're good with movies, you know. They've had some issues in recent years, but for the most part, they're still pretty strong. I don't remember what Pixar movie came out this year. I'm sure something did. I could not for the... What Pixar movie came out in 2025? Oh, Elio. Yeah, Elio was fine. But Win or Lose was really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Next up, we have Invincible Season 3. Invincible has controversy, and I'm not just talking about, like, the Amber stuff. I feel like the big controversy with Invincible is the animation. That people, you know, because they're saving all their animation for, like, one big budget episode. The rest of the show comes off as cheap. Also, they're using a lot of their budget on voice acting, which, to be fair, they've got some amazing voice actors who deliver some phenomenal experiences. But I know a lot of people hate the animation in this show. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be, especially because the writing is so good. The writing is so good. The characters are so good. They're hiring top-notch talent to do the voices, but those top-notch talent fucking deliver. Aaron Paul is in one of the episodes. He plays, oh god, what's the guy's name? Shock something? He plays a villain in episode 6, and he knocks it out of the park. It sucks he's not coming back for future seasons, that he was only in it for this one and they're gonna recast him. But for those, like, 2-3 episodes he's in, he does such a good job. But, of course, it all comes down to the season finale with Invincible. And the season 3 finale with Conquest is maybe the best moment in television this year. It's either that or it's the finale, it's the premiere of Pluribus. Both those moments are so good. But I think the season finale of Invincible, season 3, was one of the best things on television. I loved it. It was so well done. The voice acting, the writing. Is it Jeffrey D. Morgan does Conquest? Does a phenomenal job. Stephen Young does a fantastic job. It was so good. Invincible Season 3 was fantastic. And the ending, like, there were definitely some slower episodes. The one I specific is the whole one with the prison break and the dragon. That episode wasn't anything special, but the going from, you know, whoever Aaron Paul plays, I forget the character's name. It's not 9 Volt. Powerplex, there we go. Aaron Paul plays Powerplex. From that episode to episode 7 being the Invincible War, to then episode 8 being Conquest. Just 3 out of 3 great episodes back to back, and they knocked it out of the park in every single one of them. Another show that a lot of people are mixed on Has Been Hotel. Has Been Hotel had its second season that wrapped up a few weeks ago. And I started off not too strong on the second season. I found some of it to be rather annoying, if I put it personally. Like, I'm not going to say it was all bad, but it definitely had its issues. But around halfway through the season, I feel like it all kind of came together. And by the end of it, I think it ended on a really good note. I liked how season 2 ended. Like, the first 4 episodes, nothing special. The last 4 episodes, though, I thought were really good. And I really enjoyed it. And what made me like the earlier episodes more is eventually the creator, Vivzy Pop, came out and explained the reason why season 2 is the way it is because it's based on their real life experience of them dealing with fandom. That, you know, someone would say something bad about the show or their creations or something, and Vivzy Pop would just come out and be like, oh no, my intentions were actually X, Y, or Z. And then somebody else, or, the same person would come in and be like, oh, well, no, that's actually bad because of this. And they eventually, started spiraling, and were like, oh, they felt like if they just explained themselves, truly got to what they were going for, people would understand. But no matter, on the internet, no matter how well you explain yourself, somebody will always find a problem. Somebody will always hate you. And with that context, seeing what Charlie does in season 2 of the show, I think actually makes a lot of sense. I think that perfectly explains why it is the way it is. And I do think, coming from that perspective, that does make the first half of the season better. So yeah, at the end of the day, I did enjoy Hazbin Hotel Season 2. It's got its issues, like Season 1 did. There's a part of me that might actually be more positive on Season 2, at least with the music. I feel like when it comes to the music of Season 2, there were less bad songs. Okay, let me put it like this. In Season 1, there are some truly, actually bad songs. Like songs that I would never listen to. There are less of those in Season 2. I don't know if the highs hit the high of Season 1. Sometimes there are some really good ones as well. But I don't feel like the lows ever got as low, which is important. Next up, we got Pluribus. If you have not been watching this is on Apple TV. I am not an Apple guy. I do not have an Apple product. I will never have an Apple product. The one exception is Apple TV, because there are some genuinely good shows on Apple TV. Severance being one of them, which I didn't put Severance on here. I did not finish season 2 of Severance. I started it. It was good. I'll finish it at some point, but I actually didn't finish it. Maybe we'll talk about it next year. I'm very worried with Severance. I could totally see that show fucking exploding in on itself. Kind of like Westworld. I know people make comparisons for Severance. Oh, it's like this, it's like this. The comparison I will always use is Westworld. Westworld had an amazing first season, and then just completely fell apart. And Severance kind of feels the same way. I probably have enjoyed what I've seen of season 2. I enjoyed more than Westworld, but yeah. But the other show that was big on Apple TV was Pluribus. This show just finished up season 1 this week. If you're not in the loop, Pluribus is the new show by Pluribus is the newest show by Vince Gilligan, creator of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. And I think it's another hit. This is more my wheelhouse, because I love Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is probably my number 2 TV show of all time. If you say it's the best show of all time, I get it. And it probably is. The only reason I have a different number 1 is because, personal favorites. And then Better Call Saul, some people say is even better. I wouldn't go that far. I think it is also very good, but I still think Breaking Bad is better. Pluribus has potential to also, maybe, if not be better than those, at least be in the same ballpark. So far, I think the show, in its first season, has been very strong. I said earlier, right, Invincible Season 3 finale is one of the best things on TV this year. If I had to pick something to rival it, it would be the Pluribus premiere. So the whole premise of this show is that after receiving a radio signal from space, humans have created this RNA-style virus that has connected everyone on Earth into a hive mind except for 12 people. So everyone is connected into a hive mind except for a few, and now they're all connected, and Carol, our protagonist, is one of the people not connected. And she's, trying to save the world. Unconnect the people, The tagline is like one woman's quest to save the world from happiness, because everybody in the hive mind says that, oh, the hive mind is the best thing ever. I've never been happier than when I'm in the hive mind. And their primary objective is to connect everybody else to the hive mind. It's some good, I don't want to say it's classic sci-fi. I would say it's very much urban sci-fi. Like it exists in our world with just one fantastical element, that being the hive mind. But that is such an interesting, well done element. Like, I've seen a lot of, like, people talk about, like, oh, how the hive mind is just gaslighting. How they're using, they claim to have people's best interest. Oh, one of the things is the hive mind can't lie. But yet they're still very clearly manipulating Carol. Like, in one of the final episodes, the hive mind asks Carol, like, is she writing a book? And they ask her that not because they actually want to read her book, but because they want to distract her from trying to, cure them. Of course, she's not. There are other survivors. Some of them are, just partying, because the hive mind will give them whatever they want. So you have one who's just, partying it up, living his James Bond fantasy. And then you have another guy, Manusis, whose whole thing is, he also wants to save the world. But of course, him and Carol are, opposite ends. There are some really great moments. The writing is fantastic. I will say the show is slow. If you're looking for like high stakes drama, this isn't going to be it. This is a very slow, very intimate show, all built around our connection with Carol, her connection with the hive mind. There are some decent twists and reveals. I feel like the internet is going to fail this show. Mainly because two reasons. One, Carol is a woman. Our protagonist is a woman, and people on the internet hate women. So they're gonna give her a lot of shit that it's already happened, by the way. All of what I'm saying has already happened. Carol has gotten an unjust amount of shit that, yeah, if she were a man, that would have never happened. But because she's a woman who isn't nice, yeah, she gets so much shit for just existing. Yes, do I have my issues with Carol? Yes. My big thing is that it takes like 8 episodes for her to even ask the question of what is the hive mind's goal. And while yes, you can, interpret what their goals are, and I basically guessed it in like episode 1 or 2, I still think that, for her, like, trying to save the world, knowing what your enemy's goals are is also kind of important, especially once you know they can't lie. And there's still stuff she definitely does not know. Like, she knows that she wants them to join them. She knows the hive mind wants her to, or the hive mind wants to spread. She knows that, but there's still some shit she doesn't know. But yeah, no, I feel like just because Carol is a woman who can kind of be an asshole, some parts of the internet will forever hate the show. Like, if a man were to do this, of course they'd have no problem. But I want to say I heard from a thing from Vince Gilligan that there is a very real reason why they made Carol a woman, and she's a lesbian. Not bisexual, a lesbian. Who, in the first episode, her partner, wife, I don't know how far they go. They say partner, I don't know if they ever actually say wife. But she dies in the first episode. And that definitely, that's part of why Carol is the way she is, definitely. Especially because even though she's dead, the hive mind has her memories. Like that. Oh, that's interesting. But no, I think the other problem people are going to have with the show is that it is slow. I've seen some people say that only episodes 1, 2, and 9 mattered. Everything else is filler. Because, not every episode has some sort of, like, big, like, dramatic set piece moment. That the show is a lot slower. It's a lot about the characters. And some people just don't like that. listen, I will never defend The Fly and Breaking Bad, and The Fly is filler, but nothing else in Breaking Bad is. And you could argue The Fly isn't, and I would hear out that argument. For people just don't know what filler is. Like, filler started off as an anime term, and then got immediately misused by every other media. Sometimes nothing can happen in an episode, and we can still have made progress just because we learned more about the characters and their backstories and their motivations. Shit like that matters. And just because, anime is popular, I feel like people miss that. Just because, we're not having some sort of big, important lore reveal every episode. The internet's fucking insufferable. And I know problem 1 is what's causing problem 2. Like, that's part of it. But no, Pluribus is really good. I really enjoy it because, I'm interested in the sci-fi stuff. That fascinates me. Hive minds, I think, are inherently an interesting concept. Be that, the Borg, or, the Legion of Bob, or whatever they're called. So no, I've really enjoyed Pluribus. I do highly recommend it. And then the last 2 things I have are just stuff that's currently airing. We're 4 episodes into Percy Jackson, Sea of Monsters. I have been enjoying it. We finally saw Thalia. I'm very excited to see what else comes from it. I want them to do 5 seasons. I guess the original season was the biggest thing on Disney Plus, at the time. So I really hope that, the show continues to be successful. It gets another season. It gets another 3 seasons. Nothing's been confirmed as of this moment, obviously. But I really hope, they're in the writer's room having written season 3. Season 3 is almost done being written, and they can go into filming, within the next, 6 months. Because I don't want a Stranger... I'm so sick of this, because that's the big thing with Pluribus. We just got our season finale. Now it's going to be another 2 years until the next season, whereas, something like Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad had 5 seasons in 5 years. Give or take a little bit because of the 2008 writer's strike, but still, it was a pretty short time. Whereas nowadays, Stranger Things, there have been 3, 4 different presidents during the events of Stranger Things. That's how long the show's been running. So, and I don't have I've not watched Stranger Things Season 5. I didn't even watch Season 4. I don't give a shit about that show anymore. I just, maybe I'll try it next year, but I just cannot be bothered. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying Percy Jackson. I like what they're doing. I hope we get more of it. And the final thing, Fallout Season 2. We're only 2 episodes in, but it's also really good. The first season was one of my favorite things when it came out, a year or 2 ago. Season 2, we're only 2 episodes in, but I'm very interested right now. I'm excited to learn more about Mr. House. I saw this whole conspiracy with where people were like, oh, did they recast the actor who played House? And it's no, that's probably his brother. Because, yeah, he does have a brother. I don't remember the brother's name, but I was like, oh, that's an interesting theory that I think would actually make a lot of sense. So far, I'm enjoying it. And, we'll continue on into the new year, because only 2 episodes are out right now. But yeah, overall, there's a lot of other TV I'm definitely forgetting. There's a lot of other things I saw. But I do think it was a solid year for TV. And yeah, nothing much else to say besides that. When it comes to anime, I only watched 14 new animes this year. Basically 1 a month. I don't know, I just don't... Listen, the problem is, I watch a lot of shitty anime. And, well, some people will be like, oh, anything below a 7's not worth watching. I watch a lot of shit that's below a 7. And of the, 14 shows I watched, at least half of them were below a 7. The big trend I noticed this year in anime, which was probably also a thing last year, but it definitely was big this year, was animes about a guy who gets fired from the hero's adventuring party, who then strikes it out on his own and realizes he's actually super OP, and that without him, the hero's party falls apart and they all die. That was a big trend in anime this year. There were like multiple shows that had that as a plot point, and it was just kind of weird, but I guess that's what people want. So like there was one, let me find it. It was Parallel World was it Parallel World Pharmacy? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Oh fuck. Parallel World. No, that is not the one I'm thinking of. At least I don't think it is. What was the one I was thinking of? There's an anime where it's a guy. He gets kicked out of the hero's party and he's their healer. And then after he gets kicked out, the rest of his party realizes that, oh, when he heals you, he gives you stat buffs that make you really OP. But nobody noticed until he was gone, and then like his old former party all gets like killed, or most of them do. And meanwhile, the main character opens up a doctor, a pharmacy, something like that, and he ends up like, oh, there's like the wolf mafia, the snake mafia, and he ends up like befriending all of them. You know, gets his own little harem. It was not that good, but it was definitely a show that existed. Was it? I cannot for the life of me tell you what it was called. It was definitely something about like drugstore or, you know, opening up a pharmacy. The other one I watched was The Unaware Ulterior Meister, which was the same premise. You know, this guy gets kicked out of the hero's party, and then they realize, like, well, he doesn't have very high combat skills. Every other one of his skills is, like, top class, triple S rank, like, the strongest they could be. But he has no idea. Because they do that whole thing where it's like kid from the last town boonies goes to the starter village. So like at the end of the game, he's super weak. But at the beginning of the game, he's super strong. And like everybody else realizes it except for the main character. So they're all kind of like hiding it from him. But he gets like promoted up the ranks until he's like working for the princess. I don't know. That was just the trend in anime this year. Shitty story. They're not isekais, but it's about like these OP characters who go like unappreciated in their own party. But once they strike it out on their own, they're like popular and successful. That definitely is saying, like, the fact that there are multiple animes like this is definitely saying something about like what's currently going on in Japan. You know, it's like isekai. Like isekai definitely gives you this motive of like, oh yeah, people in Japan don't want to live. They'd rather die and be reincarnated into a fantasy world. The same thing is kind of true here. It's like, okay, people are feeling unappreciated, and that given the right circumstances, they could be like super popular and super successful. Like, I guess I kind of get it. But there were just a lot of these, a lot of shitty ones. Actual animes I did enjoy. We had season 2 of the 100 Girlfriends That Really, 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 Really Love You. This is one of the few mangas I've actually read. This is just, it's a harem anime, but he's got 100 soulmates. You know, because of circumstances, there was a clinical error, and he's got 100 soulmates. And if he doesn't fall in love with all 100, the ones he doesn't fall in love with will die. And that may, you know, it could sound cringe, it could sound dumb. But what makes the show in the manga work is that it is completely sincere. The main character, I want to say Rentaro, is the most likable anime main character ever, in my opinion. When he says, you know, it's really, 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 really loves, he's being 100% serious. He loves his girlfriends to a crazy degree. And he loves them all that much. He gives each of them the time they deserve. It is very loving, very sincere. Does it have some weird shit in it? Oh, fuck yes. Oh my god, there's some stupid ass bullshit in it. But the main character and some, most of the Harem members are just so likable. The second season was great. I had a great time with it. In the manga has like this famous moment where each of the basically that's at the end of season 2. Each of the girlfriends does something special for him to show how much they each love him. So he gives this speech about how much he loves them, and it's like a wall of text. It's just it's this massive speech about how much each of the girlfriends means to him. And they adapted that into the anime, and it's just as good in the anime. I loved it. I loved, the manga's got issues, some weird funked up writer's pearly disguised fetish shit, but it's still really good. I'm admittedly behind on the manga. Last I checked, he was dating a fairy, and I don't know when that happened. I don't remember how long ago that was. But no, it is good. There was Tear Moon Empire. So this is not an isekai, but it follows all the tropes of an isekai. It's about a woman who she's the princess. I don't remember if she's the only daughter. It's something important like that. And eventually her kingdom is overthrown by the people, and she is put to the guillotine. But after she is killed, she is then reborn 8 years later with her diary, which while she was in jail, she wrote in her diary everything that happened. So now she's been given a second chance to kind of do it all over again. She has all of her memories from when she was in jail for 5 years, waiting for her head to be chopped off. And because of this, she's she used to be this spoiled, narcissistic, let them eat cake princess. And because she spent 5 years in jail, she's been humbled. And so now she's a lot more loving, a lot more caring. Her friends mean the world to her. There's this one maid who was really nice to her. So now in her new life, she's gonna give the maid everything, because it's what the maid deserves. So no, it's another generic, basically isekai adjacent. But it does work out really well. I like the main character enough. I like that only it's 8 episodes in, she's avoided her fate of the guillotine. It's not there are other shows, oh god, the one villainous isekai where she worried the entire time that she's gonna get killed, even though it's clear to us, the audience, that by episode 3 she's safe. No, in this one, by episode 8, she's safe. But there are still other conflicts. There's a much greater conspiracy going on that, in her original timeline resulted in her head being cut off. But she's not the only one at threat. Another anime I liked was this. I literally just watched this 2 weeks ago. Dealing with the Mikadono sisters in a breeze. I don't know if this anime is controversial or not. I hope it's not. I think the one I think I'm thinking of is the Shinjuku children. But the Mikadono sisters, it's this guy, his mom passed away, and her final wish was that he would find a woman and be happy. Or he would start a family and be happy. So now he's living with the Mikadono sisters. He has not been adopted. And instead, he's trying to start a family with them. The sisters interpret that as he wants to marry one of them. He doesn't, but obviously it's leading that way. The show very much reminds me of quintessential quintuplets. That's the easiest comparison I'd make. Of oh yeah, he's gonna marry one of them. The question is just which one. As a betting man, I would say the middle one, the karate one. I almost said kendo. I think it's karate. I would guess that one, but you never know. You know, I was wrong about quintessential quintuplets. Even if yeah, I was wrong. Let's just put it like that. But no, I enjoyed it. I found the characters very charming, very likable. You know, they've all got their own issues, but he cares about them. The dad's a fucking asshole. And I hope, kind of like quintessential quintuplets, I hope he eventually gets his comeuppance. But no, it was decent. And that's it. That's all the anime I've got. It's really not much. But it hasn't been much in a while. I mean, my anime list, not my anime list, but my own personal one. I have, as of, 2025, over the past decade plus, I have watched 253 shows. I have an additional 293 on my list that I have never watched. So, yeah. I guess that's how it goes. Alright, so when it comes to books, I've read a few things this week. Let's start with some of the smaller ones. I read John Green's new book, Everything is Tuberculosis. I just picked this up because, I'd heard it was decent. And yeah, it is really interesting. There are some really interesting stories in it. How everything is tuberculosis. It all connects in some way or shape or another. What I really like is there's this whole biography about a kid who's living with tuberculosis, and I want to say West Africa, and I want to say Senegal, and we learn about his story, his struggles to get treatment, how I think he lost his hearing in one of his ears. I think it was hearing, not eyesight. It was something like that. That was the stuff I was really interested in. All of that part of it that was like, oh yeah, this is a biography about this one kid. That's all really good. But no, I think it was a very interesting book. I don't read that many John Green books. Like, I think I read Fault in Your Stars, and that was it. I never read Paper Towns. I never read Looking for Alaska. But this one interests me. I like an occasional, non-fiction book that covers topics like these. And yeah, this was pretty up my alley. Next up, we had the Meant to Be books. These are a series of books published by Disney that are basically Disney's attempt to get into the romantasy space. And while yes, these do not have sex scenes, there is definitely sex implied, and at least, I want to say, of the 5 of these books, there's sex implied in 4 of them. But this is definitely Disney's attempt of hey, we're gonna retell classic, fairy tale stories. But they're gonna be from different perspectives, different ideas, taking place with modern audiences. And I do genuinely think they are kind of interesting. Conceptually, I think the first one is the best one. If you were to tell me the plot of the first one on paper, I would be 100% on board. The first one is Cinderella, but it's The Bachelor. So they're doing the events of Cinderella, but Cinderella is a contestant on The Bachelor. The evil stepsisters are other contestants on The Bachelor. The prince is the bachelor, and the evil stepmom is the producer on the show. That sounds really interesting. Conceptually, I love that idea. The actual execution, though, was not that good. My big problem is that I felt like they had a really good premise, but didn't fully execute it. The idea that, hey, the evil stepsisters are, other contestants. The evil stepmother is the producer. They're not evil. The stepsister, there are other interpretations. Cinder comes to mind, as does Geekerella, where you can do Cinderella, but one of the stepsisters isn't evil. You can do that. But neither of them are evil in this. The stepmother isn't evil either. She's actually kind of nice. And is really like, she doesn't want Cindy, to appear on the show. Not because she's, you know, trying to like, persuade her off of dating the prince. No, she doesn't want her to appear because she doesn't want her to get made fun of on the internet. Like, she actually, like, cares. It's such a good premise, but such a botched execution. The next one was Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast was okay. It was all about, like, book write. You know, she's a writer / a publicist, and the Beast is supposed to be writing a book, and they have their quarrels over writing the book. It was okay. The one after that was The Little Mermaid, but they're in like a pop punk band where Ariel is like the youngest of 7 sisters, and they used to be on a TV show together, and now they're all in, you know, they've all started their own band, and now she's trying to hit it independent, but she meets the prince, and the prince has his own band. And it was fun. It was probably, if I had to pick between the 7, this was probably, or the 5, this was probably the best one. I did like this one. I liked Ariel. I like that instead of Ursula being the villain, the main villain is actually the father, Triton, and he's a real dick. But no, I think this one's probably the best one. The 4th one was Tangled, which was all about this kid who like grew up in a cult, and now she's had like her chance to like get free. She eventually finds out that she's been kidnapped, and it ends with a whole shootout where the stepfather gets killed. You know, not the stepfather, the father who like kidnapped her. It was interesting. It got me to rewatch Tangled, which I did like. I didn't put the Tangled show on there because I never finished it. I thought the Tangled show was okay. But no, it was definitely some interesting ideas. I liked the road trip. I liked Rapunzel, or Rafferty. I don't remember what her character's name was. I liked her. I liked Eugene. And just, you know, it was good, but it was nothing special. And the final one's kind of the same way. It's Mulan. But, you know, she's pretending to be a guy to impress this, like, manly man's whiskey company. And eventually the whole plot gets revealed. And, yeah, it was also good. It was nothing too outstanding. There are some of these books that I know people will find preachy. I personally didn't really have an issue with it, but I definitely see it. I think the Mulan one and the Cinderella one are probably the worst ones when it comes to that. But yeah, they were okay. And yeah, there's only 5 of these. I don't know if they're going to be making any more, but they made a few, and they were all enjoyable enough. Did we win? We either won that or we got really close. Okay, we got close. Wow. Alright, so the final book was the big book I read this year. I read all the Dungeon Crawler Carl books. Dungeon Crawler Carl, Carl's Doomsday Scenario, The Anarchist Cookbook, Gate of the Feral Gods, something else, Eye of the Bedlam Bride, and The Butcher's Masquerade, Eyes of the Bedlam Bride, and the Inevitable Rune. I read all 7 books in probably like 4 months. Because here's the thing, I read the first 5.5 books in about 5.5 weeks, probably, let's say 2 months. Let's be generous and say it took me 2 months to read the first 5.5 books. And then The Eyes of the Bedlam Bride didn't lose me per se. It took me a lot longer to get through that one. It probably took me like 2 months on its own. And then The Inevitable Ruin, I read in like a week and a half. I'd heard about these books a lot going into this year, but 2025 I finally sat down and read them, and yeah, I think they're as good as everybody says. If you just want basic plot synopsis, it's in, on Earth. I want to say the year is like 2020. All of a sudden the world ends. Everything goes flat, and humanity is given a choice. You can either stay on the surface and, try to survive, or you could go down into the dungeon and get a chance to live. But, you're probably going to die in the dungeon. So it's basically this combination of like TV shows, Battle Royale, your Hunger Games, your stuff like that, where the dungeon is entertainment for aliens, but it's also like a video game. You go inside and you're fighting goblins, you're gaining levels, you're getting equipment. It's like you're dungeon crawling. But it's entertainment for the rest of the galaxy, who have, just destroyed Carl's planet, are mining it out. Carl is not alone. He's joined by his ex-girlfriend's cat, Princess Donut, something, the Queen Anne of Chonk. I can't remember the full name. Princess Donut. He's joined by Princess Donut, who early on gains the ability to speak. There are, of course, tons of other likable characters throughout the book. Carl, is not just doing the crawl for, like, the crawl's sake. No, he's going to make the Galactic Syndicate pay. Right? They will not break him. He's going to break them. It's really good. I listened to the audiobooks. I own all 7 books now, but I listen to them all on audiobook. They're done by Sound Booth Theater, who does a fantastic job. Who's the guy who does the audiobooks? It's Jeff something. I don't want to get it wrong. Give me a second. The books are written by Matt Dinneman, and they're read by Jeff Hayes. Jeff Hayes, who does the audiobooks, does a fantastic job. And I honestly, between reading the books and listening to them, I highly recommend you listen to them. Because there's a lot of stuff like the achievement texts that I think work better listening to it. Like you would, if you were playing in a game and a voiceover pops up and it's like, you just got an achievement. That works a lot better in the audio medium than it does in a written book. It still works in a book, but I could definitely see someone like struggling to get into the book, that if it were the audiobook, they would have a lot less of an issue. But yeah, the fact that I read basically all these books in about 4 months, highest recommendation. These were the best books I read this year, bar none. I thoroughly enjoyed them. They're interesting. The one thing, I recommend taking notes. I know, it's like we're back in high school. No, seriously. There is so much shit. I regret not taking notes, because there is so much stuff going on in these books that I wish I had written down, because it is so important. Even though, I'm sure at the relevant time, when it is relevant again, it will be brought up again. But just for, just memory's sake, I wish I had been writing stuff down. I wish I had been, I'm not the type of guy who marks up a book, unless it's, a digital book. I wish I had been marking up these books. I might have to do a reread, just to go back through and mark everything up. Just because, I think it's very interesting. The whole way the system AI works, and, eventually, potentially bringing about the end of the universe, is all so fascinating. It's good. I don't think it's dense sci-fi. It's not dense sci-fi. It's not dense fantasy. I think anybody could read this and have a good time. It's not child appropriate. They go to strip clubs. They go to a strip club called the Penis Parade multiple times. So, it's not child appropriate. But, anyone who's gonna be into, you like fantasy, you like sci-fi, you like video games, conceptually, you're gonna have a good time. These were a great time. They're fun, they're funny, they can be serious when they want to be. I don't want to spoil anything if I'm not clear. I highly pick up the first one, pick up the audiobook. It is so worth your time. You have to give it a little bit. Admittedly, me getting through the first book in 1 week is actually kind of a miracle. I definitely think it takes a little bit to get into things. Kind of like when you're playing a new video game, you got to go through the tutorial. And so the tutorial of Dungeon Crawler World takes a while to get through. But if you can make it through the tutorial, it is more than worth it. It is so interesting what is going on in these books. Easiest recommendation. Easiest recommendation of the year. Yeah, I'm sure there's other stuff I read this year, but that Dungeon Crawler Carl was the big one. I do not, however, recommend Kaiju Preservation Society. I think that's what it's called. Matt Dinniman's other book, before Crawl or Carl, or made during it. I don't entirely remember. When was... Oh, Kaiju Battle Surgeon. That's what it's called. Which was made at some point. I do not recommend that one. That one's... It's very different than... Carl can be weird and gross, but overall, I think it works. Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon is not that. I don't recommend that. Start with Carl. Maybe go check it out. If you can, look at the trigger warnings first. But I don't recommend that one. I am curious about Operation Bounce House, which comes out in, February. But... yeah, Carl was worth it. All 7 of the Carl books I've enjoyed. My prediction is we're going to get 3 more, 8, 9, and 10. We already know 8's coming out in May of next year. We'll talk about it when we get to the predictions a little bit later. Let's quickly talk about music. Chaperone this year, we had 2-ish new songs. I can't remember, when did what's it called? The first one. I don't remember when Giver came out. I enjoyed Giver. I think I know it's literally just ride a horse, mount a cowboy, girl, or whatever. I know it's literally just a response to that song. I did enjoy it, though. I enjoyed The Giver. I was a little less on the Subway, but the Subway was fine. I don't know, Chappell was my biggest artist last year. And, yeah, they just, they had a big year last year. This year just wasn't it, and that's fine. Hopefully next year. We had Sabrina Carpenter, who released their new album this year. And, yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed it overall. I admittedly, I only actually listened to it once, but I did enjoy it. An album I did not enjoy, and this is the part that's going to get me killed. Probably not, but I did not care for Life and Times of a Showgirl. I like T-Swizzle. Admittedly, I was not big on the last album either. I thought it was okay, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. This album did even less for me. Fate of Ophelia was okay. But no, this was not a good album. Someone made the joke early on that, Travis Kelce could understand every reference she made. And that wasn't a good thing. And yeah, I basically agree with that statement. The other thing, I knew the Taylor Swift fandom was fucked the moment someone, probably was Cutie Cinderella, but it might have been somebody else, basically said something along the lines of this album is intentionally bad because there's going to be a secret good album next, or like this is an ARG to reveal a secret good album. Anytime, just general word of advice, anytime somebody tells you something was intentionally made bad to build up to a secret good thing, you're fucked. You are absolutely fucked. You know, the most famous example of this is Sherlock fans. The season, 4 was so bad that they thought it was building towards a secret good episode that, of course, never came because it never existed. Because the show was always bad the whole time. And the same thing is true with Taylor Swift. Life of a Showgirl wasn't secretly bad, building up towards a good album. No, it was just bad. And you're coping so hard that you're just kind of fucked. I wanted to like it. I did. I tried, but I just couldn't. I just couldn't. Hopefully that doesn't get me crucified. Hopefully the next album's better. But no, for me, the big thing in music this year were the soundtracks. We had K-pop Demon Hunters. Golden went to #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, as well as Soda Pop. This is what it sounds like. Also made it into the top 10. This was a huge year for K-pop Demon Hunters, and you better believe I was listening to it. I was listening it all the way to the bank. I would say, oh, well, let's see where it is now. But right now, you know, the fucking Christmas albums are shitting on the Billboard Hot 100. Golden is sitting at number 11. It spent 26 weeks at the on the top 10. That is crazy. But no, that was a Golden. I love Golden. I don't know if it's my favorite song. It is really good. But no, it definitely deserves it. K-pop Demon Hunters was the soundtrack for this year. Huntrix, that was the soundtrack of the year. Easily. I also got to give it up to the Has Been Hotel soundtrack. Since the show had its finale a few weeks ago, I have been kind of listening to it in the background, and I've actually been pretty enjoying it. Again, I think the low songs are better than the low songs in Season 1. The lowest songs in Season 1 are a lot lower than the low songs in Season 2. At least in my opinion. I'm sure some people will disagree. And there are some songs that I'm sure people don't love that I'm actually more down on. Like Live to Live, I'm sure some people don't like because, it's another one of those heaven songs. I actually think it's not bad. And then the other one, No One Like You, I think, the song's kind of whatever, but in the actual episode itself, I think it works. That visual gag with the gun is so fucking funny. But no, Has Been was big for me this year. But no, it all came down to K-pop Demon Hunters. That's what it was all about. That's what I loved. So, yeah, I'll be honest, this year, I feel more disconnected from pop music than I have in a long time. Yes, I listen to I will always say my primary sound is 80s synth pop. But I also do like modern pop. And I just didn't listen to that much modern pop this year. What can I say? When it comes to Legos, I put a Lego segment on here last year. Because I got into Legos a few years ago again. And yeah, this year the big one was the Lego Game Boy for me. We got a Lego Game Boy. It costs like $60, which I don't think is a terrible price. And it's a 1-to-1 model of the Game Boy. It comes with, cards. It's got a lenticulating screens that you can put on. I really like the Lego Game Boy. I think it's really cute. I have it sitting on my shelf right over there. I can see it from right here. Yeah, I really like my Lego Game Boy. God, they weren't even close. So no, that was cool. That was a cool thing this year. I know somebody made a mod for it to make the Lego Game Boy into an actual playable Game Boy, which is pretty cool. But, you know, I enjoyed it. That was a good Lego build. The big thing was just, I built more flowers. There were a lot of Lego flowers this year. There's a lot of Lego flowers coming out next month. Like, literally the first week of January, we're getting like 6 new flower sets. But we had a fair few Lego flowers this year. I'm trying to pull them up right now to see what I built. I say flowers, I'm talking botanical sets. We had mini bonsai trees. We had a hibiscus. Oh, the hibiscus is beautiful. We had happy plants, which are 2 like little like living pot plants. One's blue, one's yellow. Very cute. A maple bonsai and a floral arrangement. Yeah, we had some good potted plants. And then coming up next month, we got a peace lily, we got a tulip bouquet, and we got a flowering cactus. Yeah, there's going to be some good Lego flowers just next month. That's in the next that's in like a week's time. We got some good Lego flowers this year. Overall, I had a good time with Legos. I guess that takes us to miscellaneous. So what were my miscellaneous things in 2025? And hey, Talia Moonrise, how you doing? What were your favorite things in 2025? That's what we're talking about right now. So some miscellaneous things. Usually this is where I put like best board game. I actually didn't play any outside of like Ticket to Ride. I didn't play that many board games this year. I just, you know, back in college, I was big on board games. You know, it was, everything was so good with board games. I was having such a good time. But since, you know, graduation and whatnot, I've just had less and less time to play. You know, you got less and less time to do anything nowadays. So I didn't really play anything new this year. I did Tokyo Highway, that was okay. Brandon Sanderson's RPG came out, but I didn't actually play it. I just own it now. A few other things like that, but yeah, there wasn't really a big board game year this year. Let's see what else. When it comes to soda, the big one is actually recent. For the Fallout TV show, they released Sunset Sarsaparilla. Jones Soda Company made Sunset Sarsaparilla to tie in with the show, and it's great. I've got a bottle with me right here. And yeah, it's pretty good. It's literally just root beer, and I'm sure depending on your tastes in root beer, because everyone has a different taste in root beer. Root beer isn't just root beer, right? There are multiple types of root beer, and everyone likes it different. But for me, this fits enough to my taste in root beer that, yeah, I really enjoyed it. So yeah, good on you, Jones Soda Company. I was able to get a Blue Star bottle cap, which was nice. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying the Fallout show, and having one of these is really nice. For Dropout, you know, I'm a big fan of Dropout TV. And Game Changer Season 7 was fantastic. There were so many good episodes. Not every episode was perfect, mind you. They had some slower ones. But overall, I think the show was very solid this season. Of course, the season finale, Samalama Ding Dong, was amazing. What a great way to end the season with finally turning it over on Sam. That was really good. But there were, of course, plenty of other things in Season 7. Starting it off, they started off with Olympics. Or not Olympics, 1 year later. Which was, contestants had 1 year to do the challenges. That was such a good idea. The execution was so good. Honestly, it was such a strong start to the season that, you worry they're never going to top it. And I can see some arguing they never did, but I think they had some really strong episodes after that. After that, you had Olympics, tried to do better than yourself, which was really good. Earnestness, I think, was one of the weaker ones. Like, I get what they were doing, try to be 100% earnest. It was okay. Crowd Control was fantastic. The Game Changer episode, Crowd Control, was really good. It's trying to gamify crowd work. The actual show, Crowd Control, though, because they spun it off into its own show, I would never recommend watching. Like, sometimes it's okay, sometimes you get some good jokes, but sometimes Crowd Control, the show, is so unbearable. Because, okay, if you're a fan of the McElroy brothers, there was a thing with the McElroy brothers where there's this legendary show where it was a live show. And they were trying, and basically you had audience members come up and try to audition to be the fourth brother. And it was this really bad thing. That's what Crowd Control feels like sometimes. It's the audience members trying to audition to be the next stand-up comedian. And they're not funny. They're just not funny. What level are you at? I'm yellow something? I don't know. I'm almost up to the next level. I'm in class yellow, and I'm almost up to the next level. I have no idea what actual level I am. But yeah, I would not recommend watching the show Crowd Control. I mean, maybe if you can deal with some of that cringe, but the idea of the audience members trying to be the next comedian, trying to do their own bits and their own jokes, and some of them just aren't funny. It sucks. I play this game a lot on my own, but this is my first time actually streaming it. And because this is just a podcast, this is our season finale. So I thought, why not play a game I really enjoyed this year? Let's see, what else was Game Changer? There was Drinking Game. The Drinking Game was a fantastic episode of Game Changer. It was built around, there were contestants, they were all drinking, and they were doing minute to win it challenges. But one of them was the Secret Sober. Great idea for an episode. It plays out really well. Next up was One and Done. This was a bunch of short challenges that they had ideas for challenges but couldn't make a whole episode out of. Resulted in a really good episode. Roulette. I remember Sam saying this was the funniest episode of Game Changer. And I don't disagree, because by the end, it goes so off the rails that it's a fantastic. I hope they do more with this. I want Roulette 2. But between every 3 roulette spins, there's some sort of challenge. Because while yes, the roulette is in itself interesting, I wish there were more times for them to do their rules. So having them do little just improv challenges in between, every 3 spins, maybe even every 6, I don't know, they could figure it out, would just make things more interesting. But other than that, I thought Roulette was really good, really funny episode, and that ending, oh my gosh, that ending. Fool's Gold was okay. It got us some great sketches, you know, Brennan Lee Mulligan retiring to make American Girl doll shoes, Dimension 20 on a bus, were some really good sketches. There were some that weren't as good. The Puppy Bowl one wasn't great. The chiropractor one wasn't great. But, overall. How many episodes? Let's see. In season 7, there were 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There were 11 episodes in season 7. Oops, I accidentally opened one. After Fool's Gold, there was Who Wants to Be Jacob Wysocki, which was just, again, that was an earnest episode that I really enjoyed. That one, the twist on that one, I just really like Jacob Wysocki, man. They are so funny, and it all comes out there, just this loving moment to this man. It all worked so well. And then the season finale, I've been watching them since, before COVID? Yeah. The season finale, Outvoted, was good. I liked Outvoted, it was them, in some ways it was Race to the Bottom, of them, like Brennan is trying to lose the election, because he knows he can never win. But, having them vote on who's going to be the next president of Dropout was good. I did like that premise. You get some really good bits out of it. It was nothing amazing, but it was a very solid season finale. It was a little different. Of course, the actual season finale was Sam-a-Lama Ding Dong, which is them turning the tables on Sam, and that's just a great episode. Sam-a-Lama Ding Dong was fantastic. And easy recommendation. That was just so many callbacks as well. Just all great. So yeah, Dropout had a really good year this year. Make Some Noise was also great. It was just, I wish I liked Crowd Control more than I did. Gastronauts it was pretty good. They had some pretty good episodes of Gastronauts as well. Some really fun challenges. But yeah, overall, pretty good year. And then, let's see. We got Marble League. We had the 10th anniversary of the Marble League this year. And yeah, it was, it was a pretty decent Marble League. I feel for the 10th anniversary, I was fairly satisfied. I enjoyed it. My team, Team Galactic, overall we came in 7th, which, could have been better, but it also could have been worse. I'll admit that it could have been worse. I can't remember if we started out strong or we ended strong. I want to say we started strong and then it's kind of started to fall apart. But by the end, I was satisfied. I'm really glad I got this marble made. Before next year's Marble League, I will get a better marble. Like, this is just like the bare bones prototype, just to see if we could do it. But I'm really glad I got this simple marble model made. It just makes it so much more funnier. But next year, I cannot remember at all who the hosts are next year. I could not for the life of me remember. But I'm excited for next year. Marbula 1's going on right now. We haven't been watching it on stream, obviously. But Marbula 1's been interesting. I think they just did, the Indigo Dome, or the Indigo Stars place. Well, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, because this is Model 2. We got Model 1, Model 2, and then Marble. I do also have a 4th secret one that I made as a joke and then never actually used. And I'm not going to use it tonight. But no, the Marble League this year was pretty good for us. I try to keep things I'm very, low tech. I'm honestly kind of surprised I do a model and everything. I just do it for the fun of it. Socials, I'm in it for the fun of the game. Even though I do gotta start posting more stuff to TikTok. I really do. We'll talk about it more at the end. Oh. So yeah, I think that's our last thing that we gotta talk before we get into Game of the Year, which we're gonna do here in a second. The last thing I gotta talk about is my YouTubers. So I talk about all these TV shows and movies and whatnot. My primary form of entertainment is YouTube. I watch more YouTube than anything else. That is my primary form. I was top, 1% viewers of... Who was I top one? Look at... So YouTube does their YouTube in review. I was top viewers for... Where? Come on, I know I got that somewheres. Oh, kind of funny. Okay, never mind. But, so, at the end of the year, since this is the end of the year stream, something I like to do is I like to spread the love a little bit. Talk about the different YouTubers I watched throughout the year, and talk about just, share the love. Talk about who I enjoyed watching. Give some nice recommendations of people you should go check out. So I want to go through the list right now. I've got a list of... I actually don't know how many people, but we're going to go through them all, and then I'm going to give my, YouTuber of the year, the one who I enjoyed watching the most. I will have to look up some of these people, because sometimes I just write down names, and I don't remember why I write them down, so I'm going to have to do some research here. But let's start off for my first one. Early on into the year, I found a YouTube channel named Franks. If you don't know, back on the Wii U, there was a game called WarioWare Inc. And in that game, you could play a game called Franks, which was all about you throwing these little creatures called Franks at an island. So the YouTube channel Franks... Oh, I don't need any commission work. I'm good. Nope, I've already got a commissioned artist. So the YouTube channel Franks is all about them playing the game Franks. It's a group of 3 or 4 people playing the game Franks. And it's just, it was entertaining. It can get a little repetitive because Franks is just a mini game in the game WarioWare. They only have 4 maps to work with. So it does definitely get a little repetitive. But when I was watching them early on in the year, they were enjoyable. Next up, I have G Medley. Who the heck is G Medley? Oh, okay. G Medley, I technically knew about them from TikTok, because I'd seen some of their stuff on TikTok. They play Pokemon Pinball. They put out a video that was all about, hey, here's the mystery mechanics of Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. I've talked before, I am a massive fan of Pokemon Pinball. I love the game. So seeing them do this retrospective on Pokemon Pinball, talking about how to be better at the game, talking about how to 100% it, was really interesting. They've of course done some other stuff since then. There's even a second one, The Unexplored Layers of Pokemon Pinball. But it was a really good video. Yeah, I do recommend, if you even have a passing interest in it, highly recommend. It's a 47-minute video. But it's really good. Voyen, next one. Voyen is a channel, they specifically did videos every Nintendo console library ranked. They talked about Animal Crossing, how Nintendo became a faceless company, great Nintendo games with one fatal flaw. Just a bunch of general topic videos about Nintendo. It's all pretty interesting stuff. I admittedly don't always agree with them, especially when it comes to Animal Crossing New Horizons. They're a big Animal Crossing fan, Voyan, and they didn't really like New Horizons. And some of it I do get where they're coming from, but some of it I just don't agree with. Specifically, they're one of those people who had the take that the game released unfinished, which I vehemently disagree with. The game wasn't unfinished. You just didn't like the amount of content in the game. There's a difference. But overall, I still enjoyed the channel. I haven't seen some of their more recent... I haven't heard them talk about the 3.0 update. But they were a good channel. Next up is Innie Austin. Honestly, Innie Austin could totally be my YouTuber of the year. They're famous... They made it big this year for just doing some real interesting, I originally heard about them from their Zelda video. This was maybe a year or two ago, talking about the rivers in Zelda games, and how do the rivers work in Zelda games. But since then, they've done a bunch of videos on other games, usually talking about, stuff that is important in game design, but that we, as an audience, it's kind of unconscious for us to think about. Yeah, it's there, but we don't really think about it as a player. So they talk, the rivers in Breath of the Wild, the rivers in Red Dead Redemption 2. They would go to certain maps and be like, oh, here's 10 locations that you probably didn't think about in Cyberpunk. And it's not interesting, it's not oh, here's 10 Easter eggs in Cyberpunk. No, it's stuff like an overpass where trash gets thrown into, a dog food factory, it's stuff that you don't really think about, but at the end of the day makes the world feel more lived in and alive. There's an element of imagine if the shandification of gaming was, taken to its extreme. That gets you some of Innie Austin's content. But I like that stuff. I liked the shandification of Fallout 15 years ago. Of course I'm going to be interested in this stuff. Their most recent video was, how many trees are in Skyrim? I think that is such an interesting question. It feels like they're basically Innie Austin is taking a non-fiction approach to video games. And I think that's really interesting. Next up, we have the Super Challenge Bros. Who were the Super Challenge Bros? I admittedly don't remember why I have these people on the list. I'm sure they were doing something good at some point. But yeah, I put them on the list. I'm seeing Hide and Seek and Mario Kart. That may have been it. Yeah, so they did I love Hide and Seek in Super Mario Odyssey. So it might have been that. But either way, they're a 3,000 subscriber channel. Go give them some love. They deserve it.
3, 2, 1, go!
Next up is Petrichor. Petrichor, they do gaming content, but they do variety gaming content. What I found them through this year was they did a video where they created a bingo board. Hey, look, we classed up. But for multiple games. So they did a bingo board, but the challenges were hey, catch a fish, get an egg, defeat an enemy, but they had to do it in multiple games. So they had to do it in, they could use Stardew Valley to catch a fish, but then that means you couldn't get an egg in Stardew Valley. So you had to do that in Minecraft. But you can't kill a monster in Minecraft now, so now you have to do that in Risk of Rain. It was basically multi-game bingo. And throughout the year, they put out a bunch of different videos just using that premise. They did it live a few times. I think when I found them, they were at 3,000 subscribers. Now they're up to 25K. They deserve it. They're doing some really good stuff. They've only done, what, like 39 videos? That's not even that many. And it's some really good stuff. But yeah, specifically the bingos, the lockout bingos, were all really interesting. Decent editing. There is some stuff where it's like, I wish it was a little more clear who was who sometimes. But I think they did get better as time went on. Overall, another really good channel. Next up, you have Big Garf. This was a channel I found early on this year. And they actually put out a video in the past week. They did Scribblenauts. I love the game Scribblenauts. I'm a massive fan. And they did a video on Scribblenauts that was what is the least amount of words needed to beat Scribblenauts. And they figured out how to beat the game with just 2 words. Which is crazy. Until earlier this week, in which they released a video of beating Scribblenauts with just a single word. So those are videos I recommend. Super entertaining stuff. I love Scribblenauts. A previous person on this list, either last year or 2 years ago, Window Ledge, actually also put out a Scribblenauts video recently. That was beating Scribblenauts using only words that appear in Dracula. That was also a super entertaining video that I do also recommend watching. Next up is Jmoji. Jmoji is... I specifically found them through the Super Mario Odyssey crew. So there's a crew of YouTubers, Smallant, CJ Yaw, Crafty Boss, Amethyst, Fur, who I all associate with playing Super Mario Odyssey hide and seek. And Jmoji and Morph were 2 people who joined them this year. And I know Jmoji did a whole video about making a custom map in Mario Odyssey, and I think they recreated the observatory from Mario Galaxy. It was something like that. Really good, another good Mario Odyssey YouTuber. I love Mario Odyssey YouTube. If you're not on Mario Odyssey YouTube, get on Mario Odyssey YouTube. It is so entertaining, so much good content. Easy recommendation. Next up was Shawnee Doo. I've talked in the past, my YouTuber of the year 2 years ago was Floyd's son, who does all these videos around 100%ing games. So they put out a video this week about 100%ing Satisfactory, and that's an 8-hour long video. Shawnee Doo is basically the same. They do videos on 100%ing games. I'm sure I had heard about them before this year, but this was the first year I really sat down and watched them, and they did some fantastic content this year. Both on their main channel and their secondary channel. The main stuff, they did 100%ing Schedule 1. I never really got the appeal of Schedule 1 until I watched that video. And then I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I get why people care about that. But yeah, no, Shawnee Doo did some great work this year, 100%ing games. Other stuff, they did the Stanley Parable. They did Plague Inc., which is I have not 100%ed Plague Inc. myself, but I've put a lot of time into that game, and that game's a fucking nightmare at 100%. There are some challenges that are total bullshit, which is why I've never done it. So I give them credit for doing that. They did an 8-hour video on all the FNAF games. Great video. I watched the whole thing over the course of a week. I'd recommend it. After that, after Shawnee Doo, we got Choctopus. Choctopus. This is a channel I definitely found later on. Okay, I thought they were at least at 1 million. They also, they play through games, they 100% games. A lot of Mario, a lot of Nintendo stuff. Choctopus and... Oh, admittedly, I'm starting over. Okay, I didn't see that video. But they did some really good stuff. The one I think I specifically found was their Epic Mickey videos. I found those earlier in the year, and those were a lot of fun. I used to really like the Epic Mickey games as a kid, so watching those were a lot of fun. I got every star in 3D Mario All-Stars. Yeah, stuff like that. Again, I like 100% completion YouTube channels. What can I say? Next up is Chopo? Chopo? Let's see what's Chopo. Oh, they did their lore channel? So it's like the bizarre lore of Spyro the Dragon, the bizarre lore of Five Nights at Freddy's, the worthless world building of Inside Out. You know, they just talk about lore and games. If it isn't clear, I like longer videos. That's always been important to me on YouTube. So having that, yeah, no, that was good. Do I have... Okay, I don't have them on here, but they should definitely have been on here. Skitty Bitty. Skitty Bitty, I only watched one of their videos, and I don't even think it came out this year. But it was them playing Tears of the Kingdom, and talking about how Tears of the Kingdom is not a perfect game. And it's like a 4-hour long video. And while I don't agree with everything they say, I agree with a lot of what they say. And I'd really recommend it. You know, I know people clown on those YouTube video essays that are like, hey, your secret game is like actually trash. Like, you know, I made that prediction that give it like within the next 6 months, someone will make one about Clair Obscura Expedition 33. Like, I clown on those videos, but I do like watching some of them. The Steven Universe one is fucking garbage. But the one on Tears of the Kingdom was actually very interesting. And again, I agree with some of it. So yeah, Skitty Bitty. Next up, True Green 7. This is him and a bunch of other artists come together and they draw Pokemon. They have like a theme. So it's like, oh, this week the theme is, Halloween. Or this week the theme is ancient civilizations. And they just do Pokemon art challenges. It's True Green 7 and a bunch of other artists. And there's just some really good stuff. I watched a lot of them while playing Balatro. And yeah, I'd recommend them. They're some really entertaining, again, like hour-long videos of them drawing, them explaining their art, how, what their inspirations were. They would get like a Pokemon, and then each of them would try to evolve it, but they would have like different inspirations. This is a channel that's been around for a long time, but I only found out about this year. And yeah, they were fantastic. Next up is I Am a Dot. I Am a Dot. They do video game analysis. So it's like, the video that I found was when a sequel is so good, it ruins the series. That's an interesting concept for a video game. What do we want from sequels? Earthbound, Tough Lovin' You, How Astrobot Conquered the World, games where you're not the main character, why are no two Pikmin games alike? So just some, video game analysis. Good stuff. Good stuff. After we finish this YouTuber, I have to go pee so bad. Oh my gosh. Next up is M&J TV Plays. So these are through like Purple Cliff. I've probably heard of M&J TV, and the next one on the list is PM7. I've definitely heard of these two before, but I never actually watched M&J TV or PM7 this year. I watched more PM7 than I did M&J TV, even though I did watch the full Team Sky video series, except for the most recent one. I didn't see the most recent one. But outside of that, I watched the rest of it. The Team Sky stuff is a lot of fun. I get the appeal. I get why everybody likes them. I was more interested in the John Michael Cup. I watched the John Michael Cup as well. Also super entertaining. So yeah, I would definitely recommend giving them a watch through. PM7, subscribe to PM7, you get more shinies. I did definitely do some shiny hunting while listening to PM7. So yeah, just some good entertaining Pokemon content. Good classic stuff. Another one, same thing, Shiny Catherine. I had definitely heard of Shiny Catherine, again, probably through, you know, Purple Cliff and whatnot. But I sat down, I watched basically all their Legends Arceus stuff. Legends CA stuff. Really good. Really entertaining stuff. Easy recommendation. And then final Pokemon YouTuber is Patters. Just another Pokemon YouTuber. You know, they play content with other people. They do a lot of reaction stuff. And the reaction stuff wasn't bad either. That was also very interesting. I don't really watch reaction YouTubers. Like, yeah, I've seen some of Danny Mata's stuff. I've talked about Alicia X Death before. I don't really watch reaction YouTubers. I totally get the appeal of it. I do. And if I ever decide to, you know, I don't say stop caring, but, you know, if I ever decide to give up, that's what I'm going to go do. Okay, that's a harsh way of putting it. To be a good reaction YouTuber, it takes a lot of work. I'll give them full marks on that. As someone who has messed around with it in the past, of course, for some reason, all the ones who become super famous just sit at the screen and stare blankly. You know who I'm talking about. Next up, we have Opal Reviews Everything. Opal Review... Opal Reviews Everything did...
3, 2, 1, start!
Oh, I found them around Halloween. They did a video that was ranking every portrait ghost in Luigi's Mansion. That's a fun idea for a video. I think they also did a Luigi's Mansion retrospective. Just, you know, an hour-long video talking about Luigi's Mansion. That was good. That was interesting. I enjoyed that. Next up is Starro Chris. So, all of a sudden, it's okay, it's because of CJ, y'all. Archipelagos have been big in my, like, feeds recently. If you don't know, an archipelago is a multi-game randomizer. So, basically, you'd have, like, two people. One person is playing Mario 64, while the other person is playing Hollow Knight. And so while you're playing through Hollow Knight, you get an item, but it might be a star in Mario 64. Or you get a star in Mario 64 that turns out to be, I don't know, the dash ability in Hollow Knight. Right? It's basically linking games up to turn different, like, games into connected randomizers. So Starro Chris has made 2 multi-hour videos of 6 people getting together to play an archipelago where they're all working together to beat multiple games at the same time. And CJ Yaw has also made multiple of these, but Starro Chris was the first one I found. So they did, like, you know, so they're doing a randomizer. One person is playing Dark Souls, one person is playing Cuphead, one person is playing Another Crab's Treasure, one person is playing Mario 64, one person is playing Hollow Knight, and one person is playing Ocarina of Time. And they all have to work together to beat their individual games. Super interesting. Really, it's one of those things where it's like that video that I just described is 4.5 hours long. And it cuts between all the different perspectives. As you know, people struggle with some of these games. Especially when you get to, you know, you get BK'd and now you're just stuck. Yeah, you struggle. But overall, I think archipelagos are very interesting. I would totally be down to do one at some point. But, you know, you just gotta find the right people to do it with. And I wouldn't even know where to start. Plus, I have no idea, like, what game do I know well enough that I could archipelago? Like, yeah, I've played a bunch of Mario 64, but I'm not that good. Next up is Harm None. This is another millions of subscribers. They do GTA stuff, them in their group. There's like 5 or 6 of them. They do GTA. And it was kind of interesting. Like, the video I found it was hunter. They were doing hunters, like manhunt. But the hunter was on foot. So they had to cross through the city on foot to get to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the hunters were all in cars, but they couldn't leave their car. And yeah, that was entertaining. I was thoroughly entertained by that. And they put out like a new video like every 3 days. Like, there is so much stuff. I should find the rest of them. But yeah, no, I'd never heard of this person before, but no, they are entertaining. But that manhunt, that was the one where I was like, oh yeah, that's entertaining, that's good. It's Harmnun, Twingo, NPC, Bosch, and Frog. None of which I know. Oh, they don't have 1 million? If you had told me this person has 1 million subscribers, I would in no way be surprised. It looks like they're part of a group, YSK. I have no idea what YSK is. I'm assuming, yeah, it's like their group, you know, their clan or whatever. I don't know. They're entertaining. Next up, we have Wisp. This person... come on. I know Wisp has 1 million subscribers. Yeah, 5.6 million. Wisp is a Minecraft YouTuber. They're less annoying than Dream. Their big videos that I found, and this was in the past, like, month, was they were playing Minecraft but with like horror mods. I don't know if you've seen any of those like Minecraft but with horror mods. You would think it would be scary, but it's actually very funny. Like, you know, like, oh, something horrifying is coming at them. And sure, you can get jump scared, but I just think their reactions are very funny. There's this one person on Twitch who is doing Minecraft horror mods but in VR. And it's so, like, they've got, like, a gun as well. So, like, the horror creature, like, breaks their window. And then they just start shooting at it with their Glock. And they're in VR. And it was so fucking funny. But yeah, Wisp was good. They just put out a video 2 days ago that's Minecraft in Noodle World. It was good. I spent 100 days in Minecraft Hardcore with horror mods. Which is a 6-hour video that I haven't even watched. Because, God, that's 6 fucking hours. But no, I thought Wisp was entertaining. They also are part of a group called Blocks, so there's a separate channel that I know doesn't have 1 million. That's only got, like, I think, like, 80K. That's just them and a bunch of it's Wisp and a bunch of other people just playing Minecraft. They're doing, like, death swaps. You know, just a bunch of fun content like that. It's entertaining enough. You know, I put it on in the background while I'm, like, cooking or something. And it's entertaining. So yeah, there's another channel I'd recommend. And yeah, that's my list. Those are all the channels I watched this year. I have no idea how many that was. Let me see. $23 channels specifically that I learned about this year. They are not the only people I watched. I still watched a bunch of Floyd Son. Didn't watch any Doug this year. And not much anyways. You know, Floyd Son is still huge for me though. But no, those were just the 23 new channels I learned existed. Whether it be from one video or a bunch of different videos. But of course, amongst them, I like to do a YouTuber of the year, just someone whose content I enjoyed watching the most. There were a few contenders this year. Any Austin could definitely have been it. True Green 7 probably also could have been it. Petrichor, maybe. If they put out more stuff. That sounds harsh. But there were some good channels. But the one I enjoyed the most, I actually mentioned earlier, and they are Morph23. So, Morph23 is part of the Super Mario Odyssey crew. And I'm sure they've been around for more than this year. They've been doing stuff for a while. But I really specifically started watching them this year as they started doing these challenges. They started doing stuff like GeoGuessr in Mario Odyssey. They did Taskmaster in Mario Odyssey. They just started doing all these challenges in Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey, but we find the imposter. It's, you know, the same kind of Mario Odyssey hide-and-seek content I love, And it's got some, you know, CJ Yaw is the butt of the joke in these videos, but Smallount is always the winner. Fur's usually always there. Jmoji's there. Crafty Boss. You know, it's all the same people. Amethyst. But it was just, you know, there was something about Morph this year where I would constantly find myself coming back to Morph. Like, no, even after I'd seen every video they'd made, I would still somehow find myself back at their stuff and still enjoying it. Like, I rewatched several of their videos this year. And yeah, they were just good Mario Odyssey content. Admittedly, I looked back on it. The year I got into Mario Odyssey, none of those guys were even on my list. I mean, I think CJ Yaw was, but like, I don't even know if Smallant was. But yeah, they deserve the recognition, and yeah, Morph just did a really good job this year. Yeah, it helps that they were working with a bunch of other people, but you don't get big. I mean, you can get big on your own, but you also get big by standing on the shoulders of giants. And in the process, Morph became a giant himself. So I give him a lot of credit for that. I was really satisfied with all the work they did. So yeah, there's an easy recommendation for me. There's my YouTuber of the year. Alright, so we're going to do this challenge. I'm going to go pee, because I've needed to. And then after that, we'll do Game of the Year. Sound good? Sound good. What stadiums do we got? Fuck it, let's do a boss battle. I don't know if I've actually fought Nightmare outside of the campaign. I don't think I have. Like, yeah, I don't think I've fought Nightmare in City Trials.
3, 2, 1, go! Cutter.
Yeah, I think that's all the YouTubers I got. I don't make a TikToker list. I don't even know my TikToker list. I don't even know who it would be. The first person that comes to my mind is Crochet Ginger. Crochet Ginger. I'm not a big queso guy. I see clips occasionally, but they made the queso plushes super cute. That was super cute. Seeing all the queso plush stuff. I really enjoyed that. Other TikTokers I liked. Nick Moondog, speaking of queso, Nick Moondog is just evil queso, but they're funny. They had some really they originally that's where it started, but they did tons of stuff other than evil queso, and it was all entertaining. Jay the Frog is a video game news person who just has some good takes. They have some really good takes, as does, what is the other one? Guntoad. Guntoad is the other video game news guy, who also has some really good takes. Currently, I think they're playing through Tears of the Kingdom, and yeah, it's been some really entertaining stuff. So yeah, there's 2 easy recommendations for you. Travel Beef, they talk about comics. Another good recommendation. Alright, I need to pee. So I will be right back. Oh my gosh, I am going to explode. was muted. Fuck. Alright, so let's talk Game of the Year. So, when it comes to Game of the Year, I have two very important rules. The first one, which may seem obvious, but, you know, it needs to be implied anyways, is that the game, I must have played it in the current year. If I didn't play it this year, it doesn't count. Simple as that. Now, I know that may seem, you know, obvious, but it does have a few caveats, such as, you know, just because I played a game this year, that makes it eligible. It doesn't have to have released this year. So if a game released, you know, in 2024, 2020, 1985, as long as I played it this year, it is eligible for Game of the Year. I do, however, tend to favor games that released in current year. I do tend to give more weight to more recent stuff, but just because it is an older game does not mean it's ineligible. The other important thing that does add an asterisk to it is the other rule is it cannot have previously been on my Game of the Year list to qualify. So if it was on a previous year's list, doesn't matter when, doesn't matter where, it cannot be on a current future year's list. So for example, Balatro. I almost quadrupled the amount of time I put into Balatro this year. I played so much Balatro this year. But because it was my number 2 Game of the Year last year, it cannot be on the list this year. Does that make sense? Of course, when it comes to the honorable mentions, anything goes. There are no rules for honorable mentions, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So those are my 2 rules for Game of the Year. Other than that, I am not picky about class, genre, anything else. It just has to fit those 2 criteria. So I've got 10 games, so we'll go 10 to 1, and after 2 we'll do honorable mentions. I don't have any other, you know, weird side things this year. Should be fine.
Shadow Star.
Alright, with that, let's get into it, shall we? So for number 10, there's been a term that got thrown around this year a lot that some people will see as derogatory, but I personally see as the start of a brand new genre. That is the term friend slop. Friend slop games, as I think about it, technically, I'd like to think of a game like Among Us as the first friend slop game. Like, it's not the first multiplayer game. It's not the first multiplayer game you play with your friends. But there's a certain vibe to Among Us that I would say classifies it as friend slop, that we then see repeated in tons of other games. Phasmophobia, Repo, Lethal Company. All games, I would say, also qualify as friend slop. Now, some people will use as a derogatory term. That, oh, for your game to be called friend slop is a bad thing. I disagree. I see it as a genre. That, well, people would just say previously these were multiplayer games. Something like Among Us is very different than saying something like Siege. Both of them are multiplayer, but the way you play them are very different. The vibes you get from something like, you know, playing Call of Duty with your friends, versus playing Phasmophobia with your friends are very different. And to define that delineation, we have the new term friend slop, which I don't view as a negative thing. And I'm not the only one, because our number 10 entry also doesn't view it as a bad thing, at least externally. Number 10, my number 10 game of the year is Peak. I would never have guessed in a million years that a friend slop game would make it onto my list. When I think of friend slop, I think of watching someone like Smitty play it. I think if Smitty has ever played your game, there's a decent chance it is friend slop. So for something like Peak to come along, I would never have thought it would make my game of the year, mostly because I don't have friends. So I was really surprised when I picked it up, and I was thoroughly enjoying myself. I was having a really good time with it, because that's what friend slop does. It's a sandbox for you and your friends to hang out, try to complete an objective, and deal with the goofy physics engine along the way. And Peak is, I think, the best example of this. I liked it more than Phasmophobia. In theory, Among Us also did make my Game of the Year list in 2020, but those were very different circumstances. I like Among Us, but Peak is doing something different. And I think Peak as a friend slop game, as the game that helped popularize the name friend slop, I think is the exemplar at it. I think they do a fantastic job at basically defining this new genre. That, you know, as the developers put it themselves, they may be friend slop, but they're handmade, handcrafted friend slop. No AI necessary. And in a year where AI is potentially going to destroy video games one day, as we see it in more and more places, something like Peak coming along that originally started off as a game jam game was very special. I will be honest, I am a little biased towards the developers. Aggro Crab, half of the development team, and Landfall Studios, the other half, have both been on my Game of the Year list in the past. Aggro Crab was on my list last year with their game Another Crab's Treasure, which, by the way, as far as I can tell, Aggro Crab is the first indie studio. Aggro Crab is the first indie studio to ever have been on my Game of the Year list, back to back. That has never happened before, so I do give them credit for that. But I also got to give credit to Landfall Games, whose games like Cluster Truck have also made my Game of the Year list in the past. And the two teams came together for a game jam to release Peak, a game that really captured the moment and was just a lot of fun to play with your friends. They kept supporting it as well. We got the Mesa biome, and then recently we got the Rooted Forest biome, and I hope they're gonna do... Well, the developers have said they never planned on fully supporting the game. I hope we get a year of support with 2 more biomes. I want to see an alternate shore biome and an alternate... What's the volcano? The caldera? I want to basically see every biome have 2 versions. My hopes? I would love to see the caldera, the volcano area, have a city alternate with, like, lakes of uranium waste, or, like, toxic waste or something like that, for, like, the final area that uses a similar gimmick. I think that would be a lot of fun. And then for the shore, I want to see an alternate area that's Candy Island. And then that's it. Give us a year of free updates, which you've already done. If they stopped right now, no, I don't think anybody would complain. But 2 more updates I think would be a lot of fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time with this game. And the other thing that I haven't mentioned yet, I did some speedrunning in this game. At one point, I held 6 world records in this game. I was really good at speedrunning this game. Of course, nowadays, I'm number 200th on Canon Extension. But I got my times under sub 1 minute. I was really good for a while there. I was really proud of myself. That, like, 2 weeks I spent speedrunning Peak was a lot of fun as well. Like, the game itself was already good. And then speedrunning it was also a lot of fun. That's probably what earned it a spot on the list. Just playing the game, I enjoyed it. But speedrunning pushed it over the edge for me and earned it the number 10 spot on this list, where it has comfortably sat for the basically since release. Well, since the Mesa biome. Peak has always been, for as long as I've been doing this Game of the Year list, Peak has always been at the bottom of it. Not as like a bad thing, but as a, hey, do the games above this? You know, if a game wanted to be like number 9 on the list, did I at least have as much fun as I did with Peak? And if the answer was no, the game just didn't make the list. And that's just kind of how it goes. So yes, I thoroughly enjoyed Peak. I'm glad I played it. I don't know how much I'll keep playing it, but for those, like, I want to say like 25 hours I put into it, I had such a good time. It was so worth it. And the fact that, you know, they keep updating the game, we keep getting new content, has made it more than worth it. And it's also really fun to watch people like Smitty or Chibi play the game. That Chibi clip has lived rent-free in my head all year long. It is so funny. For number 9, I've admitted in the past, I'm not a big fan of dating sims. I've played a few here and there. You know, I played Hatofo Boyfriend as a joke back in the day. I played the KFC one as a joke. I played Doki Doki Literature Club, for as much as we can call that a dating sim. But they've never really been my style of game. I get why people like them. And I do really enjoy the anime The World God Only Knows. But personally, I'm just not a big fan. They're just not my style. This year, however, we did have one dating sim that I did really enjoy. That I did find exceptional. And that was Date Everything, our number 9 entry. Date Everything is a fun premise. I remember the reveal trailer of just, it's a dating sim, but with all the objects in your house become anime waifus and husbandos. And I think that's a very fun concept. You know, the vacuum is a waifu or a husbando, whatever. You know, your bed, your alarm clock, your teddy bear, the cardboard boxes, your weight equipment. It's a fun idea for a dating sim. Instead of having, you know, specific, you know, conquestable characters, you instead just have a wide variety of characters. You bring in a lot of talented voice actors. It's just a recipe for success. And overall, I think they did a pretty good job. I do have my issues with the game. You know, while I do enjoy all the datables, they're never allowed to be too complicated because there are so many of them. But what they lack in complexity, they make up for in variety. There are some curmudgeons out there who, you know, can't handle dating the opposite sex, or the same sex, I mean. You know, because the game, it makes you, what? I'm going to say pansexual because you do date the pans. But, you know, you can date anybody. Or you don't have to date anybody. There are entire endings of the game based around making you hate other characters. You can befriend everybody, and that could be your main goal instead of dating them. Those are all viable options. But nope, some people saw the moment, it was, let's be honest, men. Some men saw, oh, well, the fact that you could date other men means I'm not interested. Like how unsecure in your sexuality do you have to be to not be willing to, play a video game? I'm not like they were going to play it to begin with. I do have my issues with it. My big thing I kept coming across was there were certain dateables where I would get stuck in a loop. The one I'll specifically use is Beverly. Near the end of Beverly's storyline, you help make her bar successful, and then the next conversation after that, it seems like, oh, you two are finally gonna hook up and start dating. But it instead starts building to this storyline about her, drinking too much. And somehow, I just got stuck in a loop where it kept replaying the same day over and over again. So that happened. There was also the character of Cherami, who I liked in theory, because their whole bit was that they were putting on plays, and you could, help them out. But they have this whole thing with trigger words, where you're going to use a safe word in case you take it too far, or come across any unsafe topics. A great idea. I love the idea of using a safe word. There's a literal safe character who has a safe word, and I think that is very important there. Consent is super important. My problem with Cherami is at no point does the game ever explain what their boundaries are, and the moment you cross their boundaries, they get pissed off at you. And there are several things like that. There are triggers, you can put up content aware, which in theory is very good. But I don't think the content aware is implemented perfectly. Some characters, it comes in too late. Some characters, the content aware is just, oh, this character has something, triggering, but to give it away would be a spoiler, so we're not going to tell you unless we spoil the whole thing. They tried to reach a middle ground of giving you, trigger words, or, giving you content aware warnings without, going too far. And I feel like they just didn't hit the mark. I get what they were trying to do. In some ways, they did okay, but with other characters, they just missed the mark. I specifically think of the first time you meet the laundry basket and the dirty clothes as a good example of, I see what they were trying to do, but they just missed the mark. But overall, I still did enjoy the game. As a dating sim, it's probably the best one I've played, but to be fair, my only other comparison is Doki Doki Literature Club, which I never even finished. Even though I did also, I enjoyed it well enough. It's just not my style. But hey, it was decent. Alright, so number 8. I played a lot of Balatro this year. I'm going to talk about it again later. I played a lot of Balatro. And while there were a lot of Balatro likes this year, we've basically created a new genre. The developers, or not the developers, the publishers of Balatro have dubbed this new genre Parlor Rogue. Well, I don't think it's a perfect name. I do definitely think we need something to make distinct. We need a term to mark the distinction between a roguelike and a Balatro-like. Because I do think Balatro does enough unique things, and there are enough games trying to do what Balatro does, what Luck Be a Landlord does, that can make it its own genre. And for the moment, the best term we have is Parlor Rogue. I say all that because my number 8 game is not a Balatro-like. I went in kind of thinking it might have been, and while the game I probably was looking for was something more along the lines of Ballionaire, My number 8 game was Ball X Pit. This is a game published by Devolver Digital. Specifically, I heard about it at their E3 showcase, where instead of doing some wacky E3 conference, Devolver dedicated their entire show to this one game, Ball Pit, the Kenny Sun story. And you know what? They were right to do so. They knew they had something special here, and it pays off. Ball Pit is not a Balatro-like. It's not a parlor rogue. It's just a typical roguelike. But it does use Arkanoid mechanics. So if you don't know, Arkanoid is a classic arcade game where you're a little paddle at the bottom of the screen, and you're hitting a ball as it goes up and hits blocks at the top of the screen. So they took that simple concept and applied it to roguelikes. What I think makes it not a Balatro-like, a parlor rogue, is the fact that there are also base building mechanics. There are upgrading mechanics. You know, you upgrade characters, you play as different characters. There are no rounds. I think an important part of being a parlor rogue is that you have to have increasing rounds, and this game just doesn't have that. A game like Air does. From what I can tell, a game like Clover Pit, which I haven't played, does. This game doesn't. This game is much more your traditional roguelike. And it is a very solid roguelike. It's got characters that play differently. You get different balls that do different effects. So, you know, there's a poison ball, there's an ice ball, there's a fireball. You can fuse balls together to make new effects. You can evolve them to create new stages with new powers. And you're just playing through these different levels, upgrading your balls, beating these levels, and getting materials like, you know, stone, wood, and wheat, you know, all the classic Catan resources, to upgrade your village and rebuild Balbalon. It's a super simple game. It's not going to be for everybody, you know, if you're not into that style of roguelike, this isn't going to really do much for you, but as someone who does like a good roguelike, I think this game is pretty successful at it. It is very addicting. Admittedly, it's lower on this list because I did not get into it until relatively recently because, and this is going to happen multiple times, this game came out during the cluster. There was a period from like October onwards where there were so many big games coming out that you just couldn't play all of them. Unless you like worked for a video game company, you know, your IGNs, your Kind of Funnies. You just didn't have the time. And Ball Pit kind of fell by the wayside until basically the last like 2 weeks. I only recently got around to it, but it is very addicting. Once you get into it, yeah, I had a good time. And I find some of the characters very interesting. Some of them suck. But hey, it's a roguelite. Some of them have to suck. It's fun, you know, learning the different strategies, getting the synergies. It's everything you want from a classic roguelike. And I think they do it very effectively. The building the city... I was kind of worried about the whole city building aspect. It's not that big of a deal. As long, you know, like Catan. As long as you have your resources... You got yourself covered in different areas, you'll be fine. And yeah, I've been playing it, you know, the past few weeks, just off and on here and there, and I've been having a good time. Oh, hey, look, I got the Dragoon. My number 7 game. I always say every year, there's a legally mandated puzzle game. I like a good puzzle game. Admittedly, I had a few options this year, one of which will show up in the honorable mentions. But at the end of the day, the puzzle game I picked is not the best puzzle game out there. I'm sure there were better ones, but this is the one I enjoyed the most. And it's a sequel to a game that I also really enjoyed, but was never that good at. And that is my number 7 game, Wilmot Works It Out. So this is a sequel to Wilmot's Warehouse. Wilmot's Warehouse was a game, I'm going to say sometime during COVID, probably before that. It's a game where you play as Wilmot, who is just a little cube guy with a smiley face. When did this game? Wilmot's Warehouse. I played it on Switch. I played this as a Switch game. And you're a little cube with a smiley face. It came out in 2019. And your whole goal is you're in a warehouse. And you just have to organize the warehouse. There are no rules to how you organize the warehouse. You organize the warehouse however you best see fit. You have a certain amount of time to organize. And then you have to... Customers come in, they request certain products, and you have to bring it to them within a certain time limit. If you get it fast enough, you get enough stars. After, it goes in cycles, so they bring in new products. You have a few minutes to organize, you deliver a few products, and then they bring in a few more. And then there's like an end of the week thing where you're given a bunch of like some specific products, but you have unlimited time to organize. It's a very interesting puzzle game because, the organization is however the player wants it to be. But what I always found stressful about it was the time limit. The fact that you had to be, once a new shipment came in, you only had so much time to organize your stock. If your organization system was not perfect, you'd struggle to find stuff. I always kind of wish there was like a mode that just gave you as much time as possible. Then I would find it less stressful. But even with that said, I still enjoyed Wilmot's Warehouse. So this year, its sequel came out. Wilmot Works It Out. And this, if you're someone like me who found the time limit in Wilmot's Warehouse stressful, this game doesn't have a time limit. This game is more of a puzzle game. Wilmot, yes, organization can be a puzzle, but it was a very loose-ended puzzle. Wilmot Works It Out is all about puzzles. Specifically, jigsaw puzzles. You play as Wilmot, presumably between his shifts at the warehouse, and he's subscribed to a Puzzle of the Month club. Puzzle of the week, it's something like that. And so every week a new puzzle comes in, and using the same controls as Wilmot's Warehouse, you just have to do these jigsaw puzzles. All the puzzles are squares, you don't have to worry about connecting pieces, you just got to get the images to match up. Simple as that. Take as much time as you need. You can kind of put yourself on a time limit if you finish, because sometimes you're given multiple puzzles as once, and if you finish one, it then starts you working on the next one. But once you realize, you don't have to finish it, you can take as much time or as little time as you need. If I had to guess, there's over 80 puzzles to do. You fill out multiple rooms over multiple seasons. There is a story built around, you and the mailman, because your male woman, is, she's got her own story about her sister and how she wants to travel the world, and you can kind of help her out with that. She makes you some puzzles. So there is a loose story, but personally, I liked the idea of Wilmot's Warehouse. And so just having the same game in a less stressful environment, built around just doing puzzles. Nothing more complicated than that. This is the definition of a cozy game. You, in your room, just doing your puzzles. You can beat the game in a few hours. But I found it so charming, so cozy. that I played the demo originally. I think I played the demo on Steam. And I knew, like, the moment it came out, I'd have to get it. And when it came to Switch, yep, I bought it. And I'd recommend it over Wilmot's Warehouse. I do recommend checking out Wilmot's Warehouse afterwards. But no, this is my cozy game. My perfect cozy game. And I'm not even a huge puzzle guy. You know, I don't really do a Jigsaw. I've done a few, you know. I've admittedly talked about how I like the Magic Puzzle Company. Even though I have heard stories that the puzzle space is now filled with AI-generated puzzles, and that fucking sucks. That's just another way AI slop is ruining the world. But no, Wilmot Works It Out is just a fun, cozy puzzle game that it's not going to be on anybody else's Game of the Year list, but it's on mine. Not because it was legally obligated, but because I genuinely enjoyed it.
Let's wheelie. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
For my number 6 game, I consider number 6, at least this year, to be the arbiter between a good game and a great game. Every game below this, I had a good time with. But every game from this point onwards is great. And that's kind of how this game made it on the list about halfway through the year. And it's just kind of been that way ever since. It's been the arbiter between good and great.
Three, two, one, go!
So, Nintendo released a new console this year. We had the Switch 2. The Switch 2 was marred in controversy. Between people just straight up making things up about the consoles, everything to do with the game key cards, you know, Nintendo finally catching up to the rest of the industry with certain business practices. There were many controversies around the Switch 2. Some of them deserved, some of them definitely not, mainly because, you know, you let other companies get away with it. And by the end of the year, I was just sick of it. Right now, it sucks to be a Nintendo fan. I know, oh, you're just a shill for the company. I don't give a shit, man. I know on the internet it's illegal to enjoy things. But guess what? I enjoy things. Go fuck a brick. But one of the biggest controversies this year was that Nintendo released an $80 game, potentially setting a new bar for the industry. And yet, that $80 game is my number 6 game of the year. Mario Kart World is a game that I enjoy. It is a great game. But it is not a game I love. I wanted to go into Mario Kart World and be like, oh, this is the biggest thing this year. This is my game of the year. I want to put 100 hours into Mario Kart World. And I just didn't. It's a great game. I think when it comes to actual, like, Mario Kart gameplay, this is the best Mario Kart has ever felt. But it was just that. It was Mario Kart. Nothing more, nothing less. It's like, I've been using the metaphor that Mario Kart World is as large as the ocean. There is so much to do in that game. They have an open world, which is really great sometimes. I think the open world was a good concept. However, it may be as large as an ocean, but it's as shallow as a puddle. Because at the end of the day, it's just Mario Kart. And outside of the open world, Nintendo did nothing to evolve the game. My biggest example of this is always the multiplayer. For the multiplayer for Mario Kart, it works the same way that it has worked since Mario Kart Wii. It's basically just you playing it on your couch with friends, but instead you can do it online. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's not what people want from a multiplayer game in the year 2025, current year. And Kirby Air Riders here is a great example. They realize that people want to do more with online. We're currently playing ranked mode. We're trying to go up the class. We leveled up from, yellow class to green class. Mario Kart has nothing like that. Instead, you play the game and the number goes up. And that's it. Do you get any rewards for the number going up? To be fair, numbers also going up in Kirby, but at least I feel like I'm doing something. The fact that I'm gaining ranks makes me feel like I matter. Whereas in Mario Kart, an arbitrary number goes up, an arbitrary amount, and I feel like I've learned or gained nothing. And that's kind of every other aspect of the game as well. Like, okay, we've got these open world segments, but it's the least map of any Mario Kart game. It's, there are only like 32 tracks in this game. The standard for Mario Kart for the past 20 years has been around 40 something. We've had more tracks than that in recent games. Okay, that might not all, again, DLC with 8, but still, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had 98 tracks. Okay, it might have been 96 actually. This game gets a third of that, and yes, there are 200 intermissions. And unlike other people, I actually like the intermissions. There are some people who will say the intermissions are the worst thing to happen to Mario Kart. I disagree. I like the intermissions. But I don't love the intermissions. Because here's the big change, just the easiest change I would have made. Make it so that way after doing the intermission, you just do 3 laps on the track. I feel like Nintendo is scared that if people play the game too much, they're going to get bored. Like, they can't let matches go on for too long, or else people are not going to want to play the game anymore. Like, if you listen to Nintendo talk about the DS and the 3DS, they would specifically design games like Mario Kart, New Super Mario Bros. With the intention that you pick up the game, you play it on the bus ride to work or to school, and that's it. At most, you have 20 minutes to play. They're still using that philosophy 20 years later. And no, I'm okay with matches in Mario Kart being longer. I'm okay with Nintendo deciding that yes, I can do an intermission track and also do 3 laps in a race. That instead of taking, 4 minutes to do a match, it would take 6 or 7 minutes. That's okay, Nintendo. But no, for some reason, they act like they were scared to do that. And that's everything else in this game. Is Mario Kart World felt like it was scared to evolve the franchise. That they had these basic ideas of okay, we know what the Mario Kart game is. And sure, we're going to shake things up with the open world. But we're not going to do anything other than that. We're not going to evolve the formula. We're not going to go beyond just doing an open world. And then in the open world, they do a mission mode. And they've got 396 missions. And yet, I couldn't tell you. The only one I can tell you about is the desert one, because it is so difficult. That's it. Most of the missions are entirely forgettable. They had one good idea, and they didn't evolve the game beyond that. Again, compared to something like Kirby, which took the base game and just evolved it in every aspect imaginable. I wanted to put 1,000 hours into Mario Kart World. I put 50 at most. Meanwhile, Kirby's been out half as long as and I've probably doubled it at that point. Maybe. But you know, I say all those negative things. I talk about all my issues with Mario Kart World, and yet, at the end of the day, it is still Mario Kart. I still love Mario Kart. The game feels better than it ever has been. There aren't that many tracks, but the tracks that are there are fantastic. The playable characters, a decent selection. I would like to see more, but overall, a decent selection. I like some of the joke characters. That's fun. You know, people like Cow. I like Starman more, but people like Cow. I like some of the costs, you know. I think the UI is abysmal. Like, the UI is awful. But the game is still good. The game is fun. It's enjoyable. I didn't put 100 hours. I didn't put 1,000 hours. But 50 ain't nothing to sneeze at least for a guy like me. Where, you know, it's taken me almost 5 years to put 100 into Vampire Survivors. No, I still do really enjoy Mario Kart World. I stand by it was the correct game to launch the Switch 2 with. And it was nice that, you know, despite it being $80, I got it for $50. Admittedly, from reports that came out this week, that bundle is no longer available, but if you could have gotten the bundle at the time, it was more than worth it. And just to talk about my opinion on that debate, I do not believe Mario Kart World is worth $80. I do think it is worth $50. I got $50 worth out of the game, which is what I paid for it. I don't think the game is worth $80. Now, if they give us some DLC eventually, and they make that DLC free, basically the game's a $50 game with a built-in $30 DLC pack, I'll forgive it. But they're probably going to charge for the DLC, so I wouldn't get my hopes up. If we even get DLC. Because from what it sounds like, Nintendo has no interest in doing DLC. Because I don't fucking know. They hate money, but also Nintendo's like a super greedy company. I don't get it. The WND. For as much as I think I know Nintendo, as someone who has followed them for basically my entire life, I will never truly understand Nintendo. Because they're fucking weird. For number 5. Let's just get on with it. It's Pokemon Legends ZA. I liked Pokemon Legends ZA. I know some people don't. Oh, but the flat walls. Oh, but this inconsequential bullshit that doesn't actually matter. But I'm gonna make the biggest deal in the world about it for some because game is ugly and Pokemon bad and Nintendo bad. Like, yeah, the game's not perfect. Not at all. But it's fun. Like, I see all these people talking about, like, oh, well, if you want Creature Collector, go play Pal World. Go play Cassette Beasts. Okay, nobody talks about, what was the one? The fucking one that I hate. Go play... What's the PlayStation one? Give me a second. Oh god, what is the PlayStation one? It's called... I don't fucking remember. I have it on PlayStation, but I don't like it. I don't know. I can't remember what the PlayStation one's called. But basically, you know, people always say, like, oh, go play one of those other games. I don't want to play those other games because I like the Pokemon. I've got my Blorbos who I like, and I want to spend time with my Blorbos. And guess what? I liked Legends ZA. I know a lot of people complain about the city, that it's too small. I actually really liked the size of the city. Because it's, yes, here's the thing. You can walk across the entire city in like less than, it may be like 5 minutes. It maybe takes 5 minutes to do a lap around the city. At most 10, but I don't mind that. Because that gave me more incentive to, instead of just fast travel all over the world, instead I would walk everywheres. And while walking everywheres, you know, I'd enter the wild zones. Maybe I'd find a shiny. Maybe I'd see some, you know, see some funny NPC dialogue. Because I'll stand by, the game is funny. I don't mind the smaller open world at all. Because I do feel like we got a few things to do in it. There were, you know, there's over 120 side quests. With the DLC, I think it's up to like 200. There's a lot to do in that game. You know, admittedly, shiny hunting's not the best, at least in the base game. Seems to be a little more interesting with the DLC. But yeah, there's just a lot, there's a lot to do. I like the characters enough. The only, you know, people always talk about how they want an asshole rival in Pokemon. Tawny's an asshole. Like, they're not traditional, like, they don't call you, like, a butthole, but they're a fucking jerk. I get why people hate them. And yet, people are mad at Tawny because they're an asshole. It's just semantics at this point. No, I do enjoy Pokemon Legends EA. I like my team I created. Yeah, it's mostly built around the Gen 6 decks. Every one of them has a Mega Evolution, but that's fun. I like that they brought back Mega Evolutions. I feel like the big thing with this Pokemon game is they're experimenting with real-time combat. Because Pokemon has almost always been turn-based. And their real-time combat experiments, I think, actually worked out pretty well. It's not perfect, mind you, but overall, I think it's working pretty well. With I say this every time, somewheres within here, between this game, Scarlet and Violet, Legends Arceus, there's the DNA of the perfect Pokemon game. That 10 out of 10 magical experience we all want. But it's also very clear the Pokemon Company has no interest in making that. I don't know if you've looked it up, or because of the leaks, we know the budget for Pokemon Legends CA was between like 10 and 15 million dollars. Expedition 33 had a very similar budget. And I know some people will look at that and be like, oh, well, the Pokemon Company, you know, they could have made an Expedition 33, but they clearly just didn't want to. Because Expedition 33 is like a 10 to 14 million dollar game. But no, that's not the point. The point is, Pokemon is the biggest franchise in the world. But the games are still treated like AA games. The Pokemon Company just has no interest in making that AAA Pokemon game you want. They are perfectly content making AA games, because they know that if they make a AA game, charge a AAA price, they will sell a AAA amount of units. And they do. And I know a lot of people see that as a bad thing, and yes, we should demand more from the Pokemon Company. But at the same time, I'm having fun with what they're giving me. It's a flawed game, but it is fun. I do think this game does have some sins. Its biggest is that it's repetitive. You basically do the same cycle over and over again. You go to some wild zones. You do some ZA Royale stuff. You meet 2 new characters. You fight 3 Mega Evolutions. You fight both of the new characters you were introduced to, one of which is a boss battle. And then that's it. And then you repeat that cycle. And you basically do that like 5 or 6 times, and that's the game. It is kind of repetitive, but I didn't mind it so much in the main story. The DLC, on the other hand, I did mind. I liked the DLC, but I did also find it very repetitive. There are points where you're just kind of you're going into these donut zones, these extra dimensional Lumioses, and it gets very repetitive. But I still had a decent time. I like the new Mega Evolutions. I like the Mons. I think the story is decent. Besides for that one thing in the ending with Tawny or Urbane, you know what I'm talking. With the ending with Tawny and Urbane, you know what I'm talking about if you played the game. I think the story is decent. I like all the new characters. Canary, Gwen, Ivor, Giosynth, Labane, Corbo. I want to say his assistant is Philip. I do like all of those characters. The fact that I remember their names kind of means a lot. So yeah, it's another Pokemon game. But guess what? I like Pokemon. And they're still giving me the Pokemon slop I love. Sure, do I want more from the next one? Of course I do. But I still like my Pokemon slop. What can I say? The Pokemon Company bought my soul back in the year 2000, and nothing has changed. Okay, maybe it was 2001. I kind of don't remember. It's probably 2001. Okay, my number 4 game is gonna surprise some people. Not because it's on the list, but because it's number 4? And mainly that I even played it at all. My number 4 game is the game of the year, according to the Game Awards. Claire Expedition 33. Yes, I did somehow manage to get around to playing Expedition 33. I will be fully transparent. As of this day, streaming it, this date of recording, I have not beat this game. I'm at most halfway through. Because I only picked it up because of the Game Awards. That's it. You don't win 9 game... You don't win 9 awards at the Game Awards for nothing. I was already curious about the game. I had heard tons of great things. I'm a big Paper Mario fan, and I had heard, it uses that style of combat. I'd heard it was only like 30 hours. I'm so sick of RPGs that are like 100 hours long. Give me a Live Alive that is at most 20 hours. So all those things really got me interested in Expedition 33. And I bought a physical copy of this game actually a while ago. And I had just been sitting on it because of, the cluster. Just so many games to play. Some things had to fall by the wayside. And for the longest time, Expedition 33 did. Until this week. Well, last week. Finally, I was like, okay, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to play the game. I, in theory, wanted to beat it. That obviously didn't happen, but I was going to try. And just from what I played, yes, the game is good. It is only at number 4, though, because I didn't beat it. Maybe come this time next week, once I have hopefully beaten the game, I will feel different. And I'll look back on this list and be like, oh, I fucked up. It should have been number 1. I don't think that's very likely. At the highest I could see it going was number 2. But I could always be wrong. But no, just from what I've played, I get it. I get why people love this game. Do I think it should be, the most awarded game in the Game Awards history, nominated for 12 awards, 13 awards, coming home with 9 of them? I honestly couldn't say. From what I've played, I've been very impressed with the music. I love the visual style. There's just a certain way they like it's, you know, there are elements of realism, but there also aren't. Like, they're clearly going for, you know, this fantastical world. The lighting is very interesting, and overall, I do really like it. I like the visual style. I think the characters are very interesting. I like how they take the, you know, the action command. I think that's the word I'm looking for, action command. They take that style of combat, and yet all the characters play differently. Right? Gustav is built around, you know, charging his arm. Whereas Luna is based on, you know, the different, like, elements she can get, the lumens. Then Mala, I can't remember how to pronounce it, is, you know, based around the different stances. That's, you know, they take the simple turn-based combat. This game very much feels like a traditional JRPG. Like, you could tell me Squeenix developed it, and I probably would believe you. It very much feels like a traditional Squeenix RPG. But it just takes that one step beyond. Like, yes, I compare it to Paper Mario constantly. I know the actual comparisons are Final Fantasy games. But, you know, that's my point of entry. That's what made me interested in it. Sure, would I love to see this game come to Switch one day? Yeah, but currently I'm playing it on PlayStation. And yes, I am really enjoying it. Again, in a week's time, once I've hopefully beaten it, maybe I'll feel different about it. But at the moment, yeah, it settles in at number 4. It's a really good game. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I'm glad it made the list. You know, I'm glad I at least got to play it enough that it got on the list somewheres. Because there's another big game, and we'll get to it, that just did not make the list this year. Because at some point, I had to make a choice. And when it came down to it, Claire Expedition 33 won, and this other game lost. But no, it is good. It's a good turn-based RPG. And I don't, you know, I like Pokemon. I do. I do like Pokemon. But Pokemon's usually the only turn-based RPG I play. I'm not a big Final Fantasy guy. I don't play Dragon Quest. I barely play the Paper Marios. But it made me care enough to actually, you know, play an RPG. Something that Persona has not been able to do, no matter how many times they re-release Persona 5. The difference is I actually sat down and played this one. Whereas I bought Persona 5, never played it, and then I bought Persona 5R, and also never played it. One day. One day. For my number 3 game, a month after the Switch 2 released, you know, people have been playing Mario Kart. They have been having a good time. But there were people who felt like something was missing. That, you know, we have our fun multiplayer game that I think made sense to launch the console with. You know, 8 is the best-selling game of all time. World has already sold, like, what, 10 million units on Switch 2? It makes sense. But what we really needed was a strong single-player game. And that, you know, a lot of people were hoping for Mario. That didn't happen. Instead, we got Donkey Kong Bonanza. I like the Donkey Kong games. I replayed both Tropical Freeze and Returns HD this year. They're both fantastic games. In Bonanza, you know, it's all built around destructible combat, which, to be fair, is nothing new. You know, when I think destructible combat, I think of Red Faction, and, well, Red Faction Guerrilla specifically for some reason. But, you know, destructible terrain is nothing new. And yet, I think Donkey Kong did a fantastic job at it. They have that open world formula that we see in Mario Odyssey. I've seen some people say this is better than Mario Odyssey. I don't know if I would go that far. I'm a big stan for Mario Odyssey, even if I still think the game's only like a 9 out of 10. Donkey Kong Bonanza is kind of in the same boat. I like that it's explorable. I like how much you can do in the game. I love that they gave you a skill tree, because one of the big complaints with Mario Odyssey is that you're getting all these moons, and then you have nothing to do with them. You're just collecting them for the sake of collecting. I know, it's a collectathon. But actually giving us a skill tree, and being like, oh yeah, you can beat the game without collecting any bananas. Almost any bananas. But you know, they unlock new stuff on the skill tree that incentivizes players. Unlike something like Mario Kart that can incentivize a player to save its fucking life, Donkey Kong does a fantastic job at it. I wanted to go out of my way to collect fossils, to collect bananas, to, you know, get these new abilities to see what they can do. Now, I will be honest, I did not 100% this game. I got up until the final challenge, which I admittedly I don't remember what it's called. It's like the something eel something. I did that around, I think you had to get like 600 bananas to do that. And I was like, I'm good. I've gotten my experience, because I made the mistake with Mario Odyssey. In my personal opinion, you do you. But for me personally, I regret 100%ing Mario Odyssey. Because I 100%ed it, I disincentivized myself from playing it for like 7 years. I instead just watched people play hide and seek. With Donkey Kong Bonanza, if I need to sit down and put some more time into the game, when I inevitably make a highlight reel of this, and I have to go back and get some gameplay, I'll have no problem going back in and putting another hour into the game for some gameplay. Because it is enjoyable. The terrain. Admittedly, I think I did change the A and B, the jump button. I switched the A and B buttons, just because I like jump on B. What can I say? But other than that, I think it's a lot of fun. I like the characters. You know, we got young Pauline, who's a lot of fun. Very likable little kid. We got the Void Company, who are very enjoyable new villains. And then, spoiler alert for the end of the game. The final hour or two of this game, where they bring in King K. Rool, he destroys Void Kong, kind of, and then supplants himself as the final boss. You beat him up, then you go to New Donk City, where you have a final ultimate showdown with him. Is one of the greatest endings in all of gaming. That last hour or two, I was fully blown away by how amazing that all was. The high of the final, 2 hours is something that has not been matched. Because, listen, I like Mario games, I like Mario bosses. I like Odyssey, letting you play as Bowser. Donkey Kong Bonanza knocks that out of the water. That is the best ending to a platformer. It is such a good climax. You feel the weight of it. It is so much fun. Just all the spectacle of it. It is so good. Everything about that ending is fantastic. The transformations are all great. Even if some of those end game transformation levels suck. Oh my god, did I hate some of those. Yeah, the levels are so fun to explore. Like in Mario Odyssey, you have Luncheon Kingdom near the end of the game. I hate Luncheon Kingdom. I just, it's a lava level, but colored in, bubblegum colors. I don't like Luncheon Kingdom. The penultimate level in Bonanza, the food theme park, whose name I don't actually remember, is so much fun. It's one of my favorite levels in a 3D platformer. It is so good. So yeah, I really enjoyed Bonanza. It had to be high up on this list. I could go back in. I almost did. If I hadn't had the Christmas pageant this year, my plan was to stream the Game Awards, but can we beat Donkey Kong Bonanza before it doesn't win Game of the Year? I was gonna do that stream, kind of like what I did with Astrobot last year. And I think we might have been able to do it. But no, Bonanza is 100% the single-player experience the Switch 2 needed. And it kind of breaks my heart that people aren't recognizing it as such. that because it's a Donkey Kong game and not a Mario game, I feel like a lot of people aren't giving it the credit that it rightfully deserves. Bonanza stands tall with Mario Odyssey, with Mario Galaxy, and it's just not getting that proper credit. And that kind of sucks, because it definitely deserves it. But yeah, it easily made my top 3. So for number 2, I should say Hades 2 is not on this list. I did not play Hades 2 this year. When push came to shove, and in that October and November window, there were so many games coming out. So many things I was interested in. There were definitely games I was more interested in. There were definitely games I were less interested in than Hades 2, and yet I still played those games over Hades 2. Part of it was because I wanted to replay the original Hades, because I haven't played that game in forever, and I just didn't get around to that. But part of it was just because I had so much to do. There were so many good games. I was also replaying a bunch of old games, because I went through a lot of my backlog this year. It may not seem like it from this list, but trust me, I did. I mean, we've been doing it on stream. Sunshine, Galaxy, 64. We've been doing it on stream as well. But yeah, Hades 2 did not make it on this list. And when it came to, okay, well, we're at the final few weeks of the year, I had a choice. I could either play Hades 2 and it be somewheres on this list, or I could play Expedition 33, a game that also would be somewheres on this list, but I was more okay with it being somewheres on the list. I admittedly, here's the thing. In theory, I don't want the Game of the Year list to shape how I play games. I don't want to play a game just so that it can be on Game of the Year list. Even though I always do. Every year there's always at least one that I only play just to like fill a slot on Game of the Year list. The opposite is also true though. I do not want to avoid a game just so that way it doesn't go on the list. But that's kind of where Hades 2 ended up. Because I avoided it because Hades 1 was my Game of the Year in 2020. And it probably wouldn't have been my Game of the Year this year. Probably wouldn't have. But it might be my Game of the Year next year. And so because of that, and because, again, my rules are a little loosey-goosey, I don't have to play, I can save a game for next year. And in theory, I could have just played it this year and not put it on there. I did that with Vampire Survivors. I played it and then just put it in the honorable mention so that way I could get an actual slot the following year. Like, I could have done that. Sure, I could have. But no, I decided not to play Hades 2. And instead, the actual number 2 game that I played instead was Hollow Knight Silksong. I put about 30 hours into Hollow Knight Silksong. I did not get the true ending. I did not do everything. I played through the game. I did the different zones. I fought the Grandmother Silk, and that was it. That was where I stopped. I will definitely go back to it. I don't know when, I don't know how or where, but I will at some point go back to Silksong. Maybe when the DLCs come out. Because, here's the thing. I did not stream Silksong, but I actually recorded my whole playthrough. I have footage of my entire playthrough of Silksong. 2 of those times I think we even did it on stream. And as part of that, there's a part... Okay, back when we played Tears of the Kingdom, there was a part of me that wondered, did I enjoy Tears of the Kingdom less because I streamed it and I didn't play it on my own? Having done Silksong now, 2 years later, I can basically confirm that yes, I enjoy games less when I stream them or play them for the first time. That, sure, I also did a playthrough of Hollow Knight this year. I recorded that whole playthrough. I thought I had a great time with it. But then afterwards, I recorded my playthrough of Silksong, and I kind of regret it. I feel like just the pressure of knowing you're on camera, that you're being recorded, that, someone is... even if, again, I wasn't streaming, I was just recording to myself. The fact that I was doing that made me a little bit more nervous. It made me think of like, well, I can only play this long, I can only do this much, I don't want to spend so much time exploring, because, I'm recording this. Someone, in theory, one day will potentially watch this. It shapes how I play a game, and I regret it. I kind of do. It's still number 2 on this list. I still had a fantastic time. But I wonder if I would have had a better time. If I would have 100%ed the game, had I not recorded myself playing it. And, maybe waited a few years and recorded my second playthrough, kind of like what I did for Hollow Knight. That is totally possible. I don't know. I'll never know, honestly. But it's an idea I had back with Tears of the Kingdom that I definitely kept through, like, Pokemon. Like, we didn't stream Pokemon specifically for that reason. When Gen 10 comes out next year, probably, we're not going to stream Gen 10. I'll do shiny hunting and whatnot. But an actual playthrough of the game, no, I'm doing that off camera. I've learned my lesson. And that's not for everybody. Some people have a great time doing a first playthrough on stream. But that's just not me. But with that all being said, I thoroughly enjoyed Silksong. It is basically what they did was they took the base level of Hollow Knight, and most sequels will set you back down at maybe a higher base level than where the first game was, but they usually do some sort of leveling out. So that way, people who never played the first game but want to play the second one, trust me, they always exist, will have an easier time getting into the sequel. Hollow Knight Silksong did not do that. Hollow Knight Silksong's base difficulty is the final boss of the original game. It assumes, and I'm talking like the Radiance. I'm not talking, the Hollow Knight. I'm talking the Radiance. Base enemies in Silksong do as much damage as the secret final boss in Hollow Knight. That's fucking crazy. And yes, they did patch the game to make some things easier. And I do definitely think that was the right move. But no, this game is harder, but I also think it's more. It's very interesting, there's a lot to do. Sure, did the map stuff drive me crazy? Yes. The fact that the map person disappears and I never found them again, so I'm missing like half the map, sucks. Oh my gosh, does that suck. And that's part of the reason why I didn't 100% it. But no, I enjoyed exploring. I enjoyed the new world. All the new areas are so much fun. There are some new, truly awful bosses because of how difficult they are. I'm not saying they're like badly designed. Okay, one of them is. But some of them are just genuinely really interesting, really good fights. I put 30 hours into the game. I had a great time with it. Eventually I'm gonna 100% it. One day, maybe. I was like 5 years between my first and second playthrough of Hollow Knight. Maybe in 5 years, once all the DLC's out, I'll go back to Silksong, and my second playthrough will be amazing. Because to be fair, I didn't do the Radiance on my first playthrough of Hollow Knight either. I only did that for the first time on my second playthrough. But no, Silksong is good. It deserves all the accolades. I don't regret choosing it over Hades 2. Because it truly, you know, in the lead up to Silksong's release, I was like, I will not believe this game is real until the moment I have it in my hands. Because there's also that concern of, we've been waiting for this game for almost 7 years. Is it gonna even live up to those expectations? Is that even possible? And somehow, the answer to both those questions were yes. It released, and it lived up to my expectations. I didn't know that was possible. But they did it. And, of course, there are other games that, you know, now have filled its base. I feel like that was a lot of 2025. Was releasing games that have had long wait periods. And now it's like, well, what do we do next? We got Silksong. We got Hades 2. We got Metroid Prime 4. Still waiting on Mina the Hollower. That one's clearly taken a while. But we got a lot of other things. And yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But no, Silksong is it's as amazing as everybody says. As someone who loves Hollow Knight, I also should say I like Hollow Knight more now. I remember back when I played Hollow Knight for the first time, I remember saying that I like Hollow Knight, but I like Super Metroid more. That's no longer true. I like Hollow Knight more than Super Metroid, having done a second playthrough. I don't know if I like Silksong more. Again, give it a few years. But I like Hollow Knight more than I like Super Metroid. I may like it more than Metroid Dread as well, which is also a fantastic game. And a previous Game of the Year winner, by the way. Yeah, so before we get to our number one, it's time for some honorable mentions. I only got 4. The first one is Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I'm not a big beat-em-up guy, kind of like how I'm not a big dating sim guy. Marvel Cosmic Invasion is a beat-em-up made by the team who did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles beat-em-up that I've also heard is a fantastic game. I was very interested in it. This was, I think, revealed at a Nintendo Direct or an indie showcase, and we would occasionally we got updates for like a year. And then finally, at like the 11th hour on December 1st, this game finally came out. I played it. I enjoyed it. It almost I definitely thought about putting it on the list, but like it probably would have been at like that 9 slot, but I like Date Everything more. I had more fun with it. It's a good game, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I would definitely, you know, if you're into that kind of thing, I think it's a really good beat 'em up. There's I just did the campaign. There is so much more to do in that game besides the campaign, that if you're into that style of game, you will have a great time. As someone who's not, I don't really have much to say on it. But no, it was good. My number 2 honorable mention, Super Mario Galaxy Collection. I replayed Mario Galaxy and Mario Galaxy 2 twice this year. We also just finished getting all the green stars. The Mario Galaxy games are amazing. I'm very excited for the movie next year, and the Galaxy games are so good. The only reason again, being from a past year does not disqualify it from being on the list. The only reason the Galaxy games didn't make the list this year was because Super Mario Galaxy was my game of the year in 2007. It was not rule number 1 that stopped it from being on this list. It was rule number 2 that stopped it from being on this list. Or else it probably would have been on this list. Because replaying Galaxy twice this year, it's worth it. Galaxy is truly as brilliant a game as they say. It would have rated under Donkey Kong Bonanza, but you know, I'm biased towards new games. But outside of that, no. Galaxy is every bit as brilliant as they say. And the Switch and Galaxy 2 works so well. The Switch is the definitive way to play both these games. If you've never played either Galaxy game, they are more than worth it. They are fantastic. My third honorable mention is This Seat Taken. So this is a small puzzle game. I originally played the Steam Next Fest demo. Probably, I think this was after Wilmot Works It Out. But I originally played the demo, and it's a simple puzzle game where you're just putting people in seats, but you have to take in their preferences. So, like, there's people who are like, oh, well, I forgot to shower today, so I'm stinky. And then there are other people who are like, I don't like sitting next to stinky people. There are, you know, you're on like a bus, so there are some people who want to sit next to the window. There are some people who want to sit with their children. There are other people who don't want to sit next to kids. And you kind of have to take those into account. And it's just about, you know, having people sit in the right locations. There's a bunch of different levels, you know, there's an airport, there's a bus, there's a limo, there's a train, movie theaters, sports stadiums. It's not a very long game. I beat it in probably like 5 hours over the course of like 2 days. So I did have to look up at least 2 puzzles. They're specifically sports teams, and you can't sit fans of sports teams next to each other. And just trying to get that to work. And then there are certain people who want to sit alone, and people who don't like loud noises. And if you put 2 sports fans next to each other, they'll start chanting. It became a fucking hassle. Some of those sports levels drove me crazy. But outside of that, I think it is a very solid puzzle game. This was the last cut from the list. This was on the list until basically earlier this week, when I cut it for Ball Pit. And my final honorable mention, again, there are no rules for honorable mentions, is Balatro. I tripled, if not quadrupled, my time in Balatro. I finally did some gold. I'd never done the gold stakes when it was my number 2 game last year. I'd never done a gold stake. I don't even think I had beaten an orange stake last year. I finally started doing some of those. I got to some of the higher levels of play. I admittedly am still not actually that great at the game. I definitely have my issues. There's one thing to get 100 million in a run. I don't think I've ever done that. I've almost entirely... Originally I started playing Balatro on mobile. I've almost completely abandoned mobile and played it on Switch. And yeah, the Switch port is great. I easy recommend. And yeah, Balatro, if it hadn't been on the list last year, it would have made the list this year. Easily. But hey, it made number 2 last year, so it's not like I'm, sweating over a dead horse here. I will also say, I know last year I did a bit about my mother's game of the year. I didn't do that this year, but her game of the year is Balatro. For as much time as I put into Balatro, she actually put in more. Yeah, I tripled, quadrupled my time. She put let's say I put in 100 hours just on Switch. She put in 120. She put more time into Balatro than I did. So yeah, that's I didn't ask her, but I'd be no question. So yeah. I've drinking a gallon of water in almost 4 hours.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
I guess that takes us to number 1. So, I say this every year. For my game of the year, it always comes down to either is it the best game I played, or is it the game I had the most fun with? Because those, when it comes to making a game of the year, those are the 2 philosophies, in my opinion. I know places like IGN will try to be oh, this is the objectively best game, even though, objectivity and subjectivity is impossible. Meanwhile, something that's kind of funny is oh, here's our personal faves. I believe in a mix of both. That sometimes the game of the year is just the empirically best game that I personally played. It's just the thing that I thought was the best. But then other years, the game of the year is just the game I had the most fun with. And sometimes it's both. My game of the year last year was Astrobot, And I would say Astrobot applies for both. It was both the game I had the most fun with and the game that I thought was just the best. This year, however, I'm definitely going with the fun category. I definitely was thinking, what is the game I had the most fun with? Because that's the game that truly mattered for me this year. And when I think about it, I think back to earlier this year, where I said I was going to put 100 hours into Mario Kart World. And that just didn't happen. Mario Kart World just didn't have the sauce. But you know what game did? The game we are currently playing, Kirby Air Riders, is my game of the year. I said a few weeks ago that if you were to ask me in this moment, what is my game of the year? I would have said Kirby Air Riders without a second thought. Here we are, like a month and a half later, and that statement is still true. Because when push comes to shove, I have just had so much fun with this game. This game is not going to be everybody's favorite. This is definitely a niche pick. This game is not for everybody. It's very easy to learn, hard to master. Some people will never get over that difficulty curve. You could argue I never got over that difficulty curve. I mean, you see how I've been playing for the past 4 hours. And yet, with all that being said, I would still empirically say this is the game I enjoyed the most. I had the most fun with this. Everything I wanted from Mario Kart World, this game delivered. It had a great, all the modes. The racing was fun. The city trial was everything I wanted to be. They made Top Ride enjoyable. I was a Top Ride hater. Somehow they made Top Ride good. I'm one of the 3 Top Ride fans now. Sakurai did such a marvelous job just making this Kirby Air Riders. They took the base game and just improved on it in every facet. If Mario Kart had one revolutionary idea and nothing else, Kirby had no revolutionary ideas, but improved on everything by a factor of 100. There is so much to see, so much to do. Playing it has been a joy. Getting all the achievements, doing the chart, the checklist, is so much fun. I'm working through the story mode stuff. The story mode. Well, yes, it's nothing special. I still think it's a lot of fun. I've done multiple runs now, and it's really good. It's the classic, kind of like Smash Bros. They took the gameplay that and just did a lot of variety. And I feel like some people got mad at Smash Bros. For its story mode just being more of the game, as if, you don't buy the game to play the game. I have no problem with Kirby making the game to play the game. I had fun playing the game. I've had fun doing city trials online. It has been a great time going on here, getting our rank up. Sure, we're not winning every round, but that's fine. We're playing Starman. If we don't get a glide thing, we don't win. I don't have a second. I don't counter pick. If I don't get a wing star, I don't win. It's just so much fun. It is so much fun. Look, I'm gonna have to tell a story. Back in probably like 2017, I was going through something. It was just a bad year for me. And somehow, my messed up brain convinced myself that the only way to get through it was to play Kirby Air Ride. A game I didn't even own. I had only played it at like friends' houses. So I went scouring around, found a copy of Kirby Air Ride, and while it didn't fix my issues, for that time while I was playing Kirby Air Ride, I was happy. And I get that feeling playing this. This is everything I'd want a sequel to Kirby Air Ride to be. Truly, like, there is no reason to ever go back to the original game. This is the definitive experience. Do I want them to release it on NSO? Yes. But this is the definitive experience. This did everything I wanted and more. It is truly magical. And I just had the most fun. I have had so much, even though I'm not, we're not doing great, I'm still having fun doing it. And that's what matters. So yeah, I'm glad Kirby Air Riders is my game of the year. I don't regret it for a second. At least, not right now. We'll talk in a week when I've beaten Expedition 33. But even once I've beaten Expedition 33, I think there's a good chance that this would still be my game of the year. Because Expedition 33 may be the better empirical game, but I had more fun with Kirby Air Riders. I have not put 100 hours into this yet, but again, the game's barely a month old. Give it another month and we'll see. Hopefully I will put 100 hours into it. It is more than worth it. There is just so much to do. I still gotta, I want to do all the checklists. For the first time, I've been playing Smash Bros. Since 2018 with Smash Ultimate. This year, I finally completed all the achievements. This game got me to go back in and 100% Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Because, now that I've done that, I'm gonna 100% this game. At least that's the goal. It's gonna take me a while. Some of these achievements are hard to get, but I'm gonna work on it. Yeah. Mario Kart is something I'll come back to. It's Mario Kart, especially when it has DLC. But this game doesn't need DLC for me to come back. It is so good that I'll just keep coming back. Not because of the extrinsic motivation the game offers, but because of the intrinsic motivation I have in myself, because the game is just so fun to play. Again, outside of Failboat, this isn't going to be anybody else's game of the year. I can tell you that right now. But for me, it definitely is. I'm glad Sakurai wasn't stuck in the Smash Bros. Mines forever, that they let him make something he is truly passionate about. And he put all his passion into this project. And it's truly something magical. This was a fantastic year in gaming. I know, if you ask the ball and gun gamers, they'll tell you this year sucked. Because they only play their ball and gun games. But outside of the ball and gun games, looking at this list, looking at the variety on this, as someone who's, a Nintendo gamer, who only plays on the Switch and Switch 2, almost exclusively, almost only on Switch and Switch 2, this was a fantastic year for gaming. And while Kirby Air Riders is a weird pick to end on by that metric, I wouldn't have it any other way, because I had so much fun with everything else. And this was just a fantastic year in gaming, and this is a fantastic way to end on. Something truly magical that I see myself playing for now and till the end.
2, 1, time!
I did awful. So did everybody else. That's the power of a Leo for you. See, look at that. I'm still working through these achievements. Alright, so we're going to go over to 2026 predictions. We're going to do a few more matches of City Trial. And then maybe we'll do some Air Ride. Maybe we'll do some Top Ride. I don't know. Because we're almost at 4 hours. I predicted the show was going to go for 4 hours. We're at 4 hours in like 9 minutes. So, we'll see. But I guess let's do 2026 predictions. So this is a lot more basic. I'm just going to list stuff off, my hopes, my dreams. I don't want to get into too specifics. I do have a bunch of things, but again, these are just my hopes and dreams. Literally all of this could happen. I expect, I feel like my track record isn't actually that good. So I don't know how this is all going to work out, but I can hope. So let's start off with movies. So we have the Mario Galaxy movie coming out in April. I love Mario Galaxy. It's one of my favorite Mario games. The idea of them doing Galaxy as the second movie, I do think is very weird. I definitely would have saved that for the third one. Yahtzee Croshaw has an old thing about how once you go to space, everything else feels small in comparison. And that's kind of my worry with the Mario movie, is like, okay, well, we've gone to space. That's the final frontier. What else is left from there? Oh, well, you're going to do Odyssey next. I mean, sure, you could do Odyssey, you could do World, but I would have done World and then Odyssey. But I still have faith, I like Brie Larson as Rosalina. I think that's perfect casting. Benny Safdie as Bowser Jr. is very weird, but I can work with it. My one kind of hope, if you've got him, get Adam Sandler in the movie. I don't know who people forget that just because Adam Sandler makes a lot of shitty movies, he's actually an amazing voice actor. And he's a great musician. Get Adam Sandler in the movie somewheres. Have him play, I don't know, Waluigi or something. I think Adam Sandler could do a Waluigi. Yeah, get Adam Sandler in the movie. That's my prediction. I want it to be good. I hope... Listen, the Sonic movies also started off kind of flawed. And then each Sonic movie gets a little better. I hope Mario can do the same thing. Where they start off kind of weak, and then each one gets a little better after that. But, of course, that's why I'd want Galaxy to be the third one, because that's the best one. Other things, Supergirl, we got our first trailer for Supergirl a few weeks ago. I have read the comic it's based on. They definitely seem to be doing elements from the comics. I'm hopeful. I know there was like a whole test screening thing that it kind of got mixed reviews. I'm not going to worry about that. I want Supergirl to be good. From what I've seen, I think it looks decent. So we'll just have to wait and see. We got a Clayface movie as well. Clayface is a very weird movie, but I know people really liked that Penguin show, so, they can clearly pull it off. I'm not going to judge it by any means. Spider-Man. I don't know how to feel about this one, man. The MCU Spider-Man is so weird. I like the MCU Spider-Man movies. I like Far From Home. To be fair, I'm a little biased because I'm a big Mysterio fan. But I like Spider-Man Far From Home. I like No Way Home. Brand New Day doesn't sound terrible. I do kind of wish they were doing one of the other love interests. I know Sadie Sink's in it, and we don't know who the fuck she's gonna be. Is she gonna be Punisher Jr.? Is she gonna be Jean Grey? We have no fucking idea. It could be good. I know there was that leaked trailer. It looks fine. But yeah, I want it to be good. We'll see. A movie that I want to be good, but I don't think will be, Avengers Doomsday. Listen, we got the trailer with Captain America. That is a move that reeks of desperation. That, their Jonathan Majors King the Conqueror plan blew up, and now Marvel just has no idea what the fuck they're doing. And them doing Doomsday is an awful idea. One day, we're going to have to do for a topic of the show, remaking the Marvel Phase 4, 5, and 6 timeline. At some point, I'm going to put that down on like 2026. We're going to do redoing Marvel, the later phases. Because they just bungled it. We talk about, oh, well, they had a plan. People complain about like Star Wars, that they didn't have a plan. Marvel had a plan, and they still managed to completely fuck it up. I don't think a plan is everything it's cracked out to be. Let's see. But yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to the more I see of it, the less I'm interested. I will still go see it. It's a Marvel movie. I don't watch the TV shows that much anymore, but I have seen every Marvel movie in theaters. I will still probably continue to do that, but I'm not exactly looking forward to this one. I don't know. It reeks of desperation. Sunrise on the Reaping. This is the new Hunger Games movie. I liked the last Hunger Games. Surprisingly, I enjoyed Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And I'm kind of hopeful that, yeah, this new one will be good. I know it's based on... I've read the book it's based on. Again, a book I don't think needed to exist, but I'm not, like, mad that it exists by any means. The casting is good, I'll give them that. Project Hail Mary, this is the Spider-Verse people, 21 Jump Street people, whose names I cannot remember. It's them. They're doing Project Hail Mary, is a famous book, I think it's the guy who wrote The Martian. I do know the problem with the movie is that in the trailers, they're giving away the major twist of the book. And I've seen both trailers now. I saw the first one. When I went and saw Avatar, they showed the second one. That sucks. That sucks to have seen. But I'm still very hopeful for Project Hail Mary. I will read the book. I have the audiobook on Audible. I will do it. Sometime before the movie launches. Or sometime before the movie comes out. But I want it to be good. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. I know a lot of people are mad about the armor. That, Christopher Nolan, a man who cares very much for detail, when it came to the armor, being historically accurate, he just didn't give a shit. Which is very, someone made the joke that Family Guy has more accurate armor than him. And, yeah, that kind of sucks. I get that. I do. And yes, I would have liked to have seen accurate armor, but it's still Christopher Nolan. I do trust Nolan. I think he knows what he's doing. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, they literally put up pre-orders for tickets, a year out from the movie, which is crazy. But they did it. Coyote vs. Acme. This is one of the Warner Brothers movies that got canceled. And then it was bought by a different distribution company and is coming out. Yeah. From everything we've heard about this movie, it is really good. And Warner Brothers and David Zaslav just scrapped it for no fucking reason. Same thing with that Batgirl movie. And yes, I would love to see that Batgirl movie come back as well, but I don't think it will. And with the whole Netflix things, who knows what's happening with Netflix buying Warner Brothers. But I think this Coyote vs. Acme, it's coming out in August. I'll go see it. You gotta show your support where you can. Oh god. Another one that got fucked over recently? Avatar. There's an Avatar movie coming out next year. And it was originally going to be coming to theaters. And now it's coming to streaming services only. Because guess what? Studio executives still fucking hate Avatar. Even though Avatar is one of the most popular franchises, it's critically adored, it's got a massive fandom. Because it just doesn't sell as many toys, studio executives fucking hate it and try to bury it whenever possible. And yeah, they keep greenlighting new projects and then they try to destroy them. It makes no sense, but it keeps happening. The movie Goat. So this is a basketball movie with anthropomorphic animals. Normally, I wouldn't give a shit, but it's Sony Animations. I love that when they advertise this movie, they don't say from the people who brought you Spider-Verse, it's from the artists who created Spider-Verse. They know what they're doing when it comes to marketing this movie. To get, basketball people will be down for it because of basketball. But for non-basketball people like me, yeah, they're doing the advertising right to get me interested. It's admittedly, it's a little weird animation-wise, but, so they had K-pop this year, so, they got the Spider-Verses. I don't think Beyond the Spider-Verse, I think that's 2027, so I didn't put it on this list. But no, I'm gonna give some hope for GOAT. I want it to be the GOAT. Next up is Hoppers. This is the new Pixar movie. You guys are always clamoring for original stories, and then you don't fucking go see them. Because Elio was fine. It was nothing amazing. It was fine. Hoppers also looks kind of good. The detail I really like from the trailers is that when we're seeing from the human perspective, the animals have like little black bead eyes, but when we see from the animals' perspective, they've got the white in their eyes, their faces are more detailed. I really like that. That's like that little shift in animation I think is very good. I'm very interested to see where Hoppers goes. I think it comes out in March, so it's not too long away. But yeah, I'm interested in it. The other Pixar movie, Toy Story 5, I have very complicated feelings on. I do not think Toy Story 5 needs to exist. I did actually finally watch Toy Story 4 this year. It was forgettable at best. I want did I say Toy Story 4? I had never seen Toy Story 4. I had never seen Toy Story 3. I had never seen Toy Story 4, and I had never seen Cars 3. I watched them both this year. Cars 3 was the better one, actually. They're mostly unremarkable, kind of forgettable movies. But I like the idea of Pixar doing a movie on the iPad kid generation. I think there's a lot of potential there. But because it's Buzz and Woody back at it, even though that makes no fucking sense, having now seen 4, I get how that makes no sense. But they're doing it. I don't know. I want it to be good. I do. But it's just fucking Pixar. I said Avengers Doomsday reeks of desperation. This also reeks of desperation. We got a new movie from Disney, new animated Hexed. Tell me if this sounds familiar. It's about a kid and their mom who get transported to a magical world where the kid has to start learning magic to try to fit in. Oh, does it sound like that TV show that got canceled, but the one big change they made was they removed the lesbians? Yeah? Did Disney infamously cancel that show and kind of fuck over the creators so much so that the creators' new project is, shitting on Disney? Yeah, kind of. Do I have any faith this will be good? It's Disney, anything's possible. But yeah, this is a thing that now exists. That is for sure a thing. We know nothing outside of the, the basic premise. We know nothing about this. It could be a masterpiece, but it's got an uphill battle, to say the least. And the final thing I have is Dune Messiah. I like the Dune movies. I did actually finally read, because I'd only read the first book. I had never read any of the other books. I finally read Dunes 2 and 3. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see Dune Messiah adapted. I think the director said they're not doing the third one. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Now that I've read Messiah, that's going to be interesting. I don't know. I'm glad they're doing the time skip. Because there's definitely I want to say the book opens on I want to say it was 12-year time skip. Something like that, and I think they're doing that for the movies because there's a time for the first movie, there's a time skip in the books that the movies just didn't do. And I don't think it actually matters that much. But yeah, it's a new Dune. I admittedly did not watch the show. I know there was that Dune TV show. I didn't watch it. Maybe I'll get around to it eventually. But I'm excited for another movie. And yeah, that's the movie stuff. Television, we have, Fallout in Percy Jackson are currently airing. One's got 2 episodes, the other's got 4. I hope they live up to the end of their season. I am excited. I enjoy both shows. I hope they pull it off. Marvel has, Daredevil Season 2 is, I think, supposed to come out this year. From what I understand, they filmed Season 1 and Season 2 back to back, and then they just, released them a year apart. So we should get Season 2. I think Season 1 was good, not great. It didn't make my TV list after all, even though, yes, I did watch it. But no, I want Daredevil to be good. I don't know if it will be. There were some moments in Season 1 that were good. Other Marvel show, we have Vision Quest. We had WandaVision so many years ago. And now they're following up with the Vision. And we're gonna, get more of them. Are we gonna get the family? We know James Spader is coming back as Ultron. That could be cool. Depending on what they do with it. And finally, we have Wonder Man, a movie about making movies. Or a TV show about, them casting a hero called Wonder Man. That's interesting. They're bringing back Trevor Slattery, who's like one of the most, used characters in the MCU for some fucking reason. For some reason, I thought that came out this month. I don't actually know. I just remembered the Pokemon clone I was thinking of earlier was Temtem. That was like 2 hours ago. No, seriously, that was like 2 hours ago. Wonder Man TV show. It comes out... Do we even have a release date? It just says 2026. There's an IMDb rating, which I don't believe. I don't even think we have a release date. Wow. I thought... Wasn't it supposed to come out in, like, December? It may have had issues due to the writer's strike that shut it down. It's scheduled to release in one single day on January 27th, 2026. So that's what they're saying for the moment. To be honest, I don't... Yes, it is very nice to be able to binge an entire show in one day, but also, I prefer the weekly format. Yes, it sucks waiting week to week, but it just makes shows more interesting. It keeps me in their worlds longer, which is the better. As I'm seeing with Fallout and Percy Jackson. So yeah, that's literally... I don't even know what other TV shows are coming out next year. I'll be honest, when it comes to TV, I'm not as hot on the presses. I'm sure James Gunn is doing some stuff. I'm sure there's some sort of DC TV show. But yeah, I've got nothing. I don't give a shit about Euphoria. The Pit. I've heard good things about the first season. I'm just kind of scrolling through a list. I don't care about that. One Piece Season 2, and I watched Season 1, but... I know Avatar Season 2 is also coming. Could be good. Oh, The Boys Season 5. That's the final season. Again, The Boys... The comics fucking suck, but the show's good. I think it's really good political commentary. Like, there are moments where I'm like, yeah, that's... Like, what was it, the Donald Trump song? Where it's like, if that had been written, like, a month earlier, they would have parodied it in The Boys. And I hope they do in this final season. Like, God, if that We Are Charlie Kirk thing had, been a few months earlier, If someone had, like, immediately after his death made that song, they would definitely have put it in the show at some point. They might still, honestly. Oh, Malcolm in the Middle. I love Malcolm in the Middle. That was a show I grew up with. Yeah, they're rebooting it. Yeah, I'll be there. I forgot about that. Oh, the Lantern. Okay, I knew there was a DC thing. They're doing Green Lantern. Eh. Thought that was Ian Hecox for a second. Okay, whatever. So that's all the TV stuff. I got no anime, so let's just go to books. I don't have any anime to look forward to. My two book things. We spent earlier talking about Dungeon Crawler Carl. Matt Dinniman has a new book that is the Bounce House Protocol, or Bounce House. It's something like that. Bounce House. Operation Bounce House. That comes out next month. I've seen plenty of people get review copies already. Like, there are copies out there that aren't for resale. Yeah, no, I'm not lucky enough to get that. So I'll just have to wait until February like everybody else. The other thing is, of course, Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 8 comes out in May. It's called A Parade of Horribles. I know we got a hint at it in Book 7, that I think it has something to do with, like, car racing, which, hey, you know, Kadia would have been great for that. Yeah. Without getting too spoilery, my prediction is that the next book is right. They're on floor 10? So we're going to get floor 10. Then book 9, somehow they're going to skip a floor, or a book's going to do like 2 floors, you know, kind of like how Prepotente destroyed one of the floors. I think it's, somehow we're going to get to floor 12. I think by the end of book 9, we're going to get to floor 12. And then, in the following and then in book 10, they're basically, the lower floors are going to go up. Oh yeah, I don't have any codes, sorry. I don't have any of that stuff working. I couldn't even tell you my friend code. I don't. Let me see if I can remember it real quick. Put it in the chat if I can. But yeah, my prediction is that at some point, due to circumstances, the floors are gonna kind of like collapse in on themselves, and eventually they're gonna bring floor 18 up to like floor 6, or up to floor, 13. Like, somehow shit's gonna go wrong, and they're eventually gonna, bring the floors up, the lower floors up. That's my prediction. I don't know how that's actually gonna work, but I could totally see that happening. Is there not just like an... Crazy, you don't remember me? I mean, it's been a while, Psycoms. It's just, I don't know my account. I'm looking for my account, my friend code thing, and I don't know it. Does this show me my friend code? No, that doesn't show me my friend code. What the heck, Nintendo? It won't, Nintendo won't show me my friend code. I built up a lot of fly, I think. I can't find my friend code. I know, I'm not gonna, close it because we're online and whatnot, but I can't find it. I know it's somewheres. I don't know where it is. Well, I was going to see if I could, like, do it on their website or something. You know where it might have it? The Nintendo Switch app. I bet I could find it there. Yeah, there we go. All right, there you go. There's the friend code. All right, what were we talking about? I don't remember. We were talking... Oh, yeah, Parade of Horribles. I'm excited for a Parade of Horribles. It'll be out in May. You know, I'm invested in the books. I don't know. There could be 18 books for all... Okay, there literally can't be 18 books. I think the max we could get, like, was 15. But still. I'm very excited to see where it goes from there. All right, we're going to do one more match of City Trials, and maybe we'll switch over to just generic racing. Because we're somehow... God, this show's going to go for like 6 hours. Wow. Okay. What else? What else do I have? That's literally the only book I care about. I'm sure there are other books that will come out that I will read and I will have a good time with, but that is literally the only one I can think of at this moment. There might be... I don't think there's a new Fourth Wing next year. God, I fucking hate those books. But I still read all of them for some reason. Same thing with the Inheritance games. I liked the first, like, 3.5 of those books, and then they all kind of fall apart, and I feel like I have never recovered after that. Okay, next up, let's talk Lego. I mentioned this earlier, the Lego Botanicals have, like, 4 sets coming out in, like, 3 days. Okay, 4 days. 5 days. Still, they've got a bunch of Lego Botanical sets coming soon. I'm very excited for new plant sets. I love that little cactus set. But yeah, that's going to be cool. We're getting more Mario sets. I think they're doing, like, a classic Mario set, or at least that's the rumor. I'm down for another Mario set. Cool. Cool beans there. We know we're getting another Zelda set as well. They specifically teased an Ocarina of Time Ganon battle set. I want an Ocarina of Time battle Ganon set. I have that great... You know, I got that Great Deku set for Christmas last year. I really like that Great Deku Christmas tree. Having a Ganon set sounds like a lot of fun.
3, 2, 1, start!
And then we also know we're getting Lego Pokemon. We actually got, like, a bunch of Lego Pokemon leaks the other day. God. Let me see if I can find them real quick. Oh, hey, Psychoms, I see your friend request. At least, I think that... is that you, or is that... Kirby the Power Puffball? It's one of you. I got that request on my phone. I might be offline right now. Like, I might have myself turned to appear offline. That's why I didn't see it on the Switch. I don't know. Let me see. What was I was gonna Google something. Oh yeah, Lego. God, these Game of the Year shows get so complicated. Oh, they're supposedly gonna do a K-pop Demon Hunter Lego. I don't care. I like the movie, but... And, you know, it's clear that Sony didn't think it was going to be successful and did no merch for it. But now that they are, I'm not that invested. Okay, so allegedly, new Pokemon sets include a Spoiler alert if you care. They're going to do a Squirtle's Training Buggy Adventure, Charmander's Wild Encounter with Geodude, Pikachu's Training House, which includes a Smart Brick. They're going to do Cubone versus Gengar's Ghost Challenge, Jolteon versus Charizard, Scorbunny's Evolution, a stadium bus that will include Lavatar and Krogonk. They're going to do an Evolution, a Dojo House with Riolu, a Mewtwo Lab, and more. So it looks like they're doing a lot of Pokemon sets. Like, we know they're doing like 4 sets, or 3 or 4 sets on Pokemon Day, the 27th. But outside of that, they're doing a lot of other Pokemon sets as well. So we got that to look forward to. And yeah, that's Lego. Will I be buying any of those sets I just named? Probably not. Probably not in any way, shape, or form. But hey, I wanted to mention they existed. So part of the reason we're doing one final match is because I really need to go pee again. Again, I've drinking a gallon of water in about 4 hours. That goes right through you. So we're going to do this. I'm going to go pee. And then we'll do some, like, air ride or something. Oh, Leo. Anything else? We'll do the video game stuff. I've still got plenty of stuff to talk about, by the way. We still got all the video game stuff. I have not been given any video game predictions. I would not be surprised if we go for, like, another hour. It's the Game of the Year show. What do you expect? Yeah, I don't think I have any other books to look forward to. Like, because, you know, the next Game of Thrones is never coming. And I feel like that's a lot of other series.
Wagon Star.
I need to pee so bad. Oh my gosh. Come on.
Five, star. 4, 3, 2,
Gosh.
1. Time.
I got anything else besides games? Not that I can think of. I'd love to see them do another Lego Nintendo console. That'd be cool. Because I like the Game Boy. I like the NES. I wouldn't mind. I don't know. They'd have to do it. Like, I wouldn't just want them to do like, oh, well, we're going to do the NES again, but we're going to do it with a Super Nintendo. No, like, do something interesting. Like, do like a Super Nintendo that you can like open up and it's got like a scene from Star Fox 64 in it or something. That'd be cool.
Three, two, one, go!
Okay, I'm just aiming for the 50. I know, you know, it's better to have the stable 50 than fail to get the 100 like that guy. Oh, no. I say that and then I fail, and he gets the 100. Still got second. Well, they did not do good. Need Lego. I would love Lego Kirby. Oh my gosh, I would love Lego Kirby. All right. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I will be right back. Come on. All right, there we go. All right, give me 1 second. Alright, we're back. Flip that over. So, yeah, I think we're just going to boot up Air Ride. I mean, I could boot up Top Ride. I made that joke earlier. But I think we're just going to boot up Air Ride. And we'll just play some online. I haven't done that much online ranked for Air Ride. Most of the stuff I've done is offline, so I think we'll just go online. That makes sense. And we're back with our boy Starman. Sure, that's fine. We'll do a little Starman, and maybe we'll switch over to somebody else in a little bit. I don't know. We could be here for another like 2 hours, but I don't expect it, so you never know. So let's talk gaming in 2026. We're going to talk about Nintendo games first. I want to talk about Nintendo. And then we'll talk about the non-Nintendo stuff, because I do have some non-Nintendo stuff. Let's talk about what we know for sure is coming from Nintendo. We have the Animal Crossing 3.0 update, which comes out on the 15th. You know, they're adding some new stuff, multi-crafting, which is nice. Not crafting from storage, though. I saw someone made a video the other day of like, hey, here's all the things we still wanted from Animal Crossing that the game is just refusing to give us. And you know what? Valid complaints. But the game is not unfinished. Just because you don't like the content in the game doesn't mean the game's unfinished. But the 3.0 update is coming out. Do I have any plans to play it? Because, you know, famously, I played 365 days of the original New Horizons. We did another 100 plus of the DLC. You know, basically we played the game for 2 years in a row. So, do I plan on coming back? No. But also, I did have the idea earlier this week. What if I start a new world? I'm in the Switch 2, I start a new world. And I just do 30 days. 30 days of Animal Crossing New Horizons 3.0. And we started, you know, we see basically in that 30 days, playing for basically an hour a day, how much could we accomplish in that time? I think that could be interesting. I don't know if I'd have the time, because I'll tell you right now, if I do, you know, I did the original series because of COVID, but you know, I now have a job. I've got an office to go into. I don't have those kinds of luxuries anymore. So even if we just did 30 days, every day would have to be like late at night. And I just don't know how feasible that is. Because you definitely saw in like Season 2, when we did the 2.0 update, more and more days started, you know, as the world started opening back up, I had to do more later night shows. I think it'd be the same thing here. And that's just not conducive to Animal Crossing, but I still think it'd be interesting to do. I'm definitely, because I think the old world is done. I know on a stream a few weeks ago, I made a thing of like, hey, I have done everything I wanted to do. I still stand by that being true, that I did everything I wanted to do. But there's always more we could do, especially on a new world. It's a thought in the back of my mind. You know, 30 days with 3.0. That's got a decent ring to it. The next thing we know is Mario Tennis Fever. That comes out February 12th. I don't care about Mario Tennis games. Nintendo loves making Mario Tennis games. And I just don't care. I remembered I had the Banjo-Kazooie mobile. I love this little Banjo-Kazooie mobile. I think that's adorable. One of the customs I found online. I think it's adorable. We used it way earlier. But yeah, Mario Tennis, I like Mario Golf. I've said that's my Mario sports game. I don't care about Mario Tennis. I did not pick up not Ultra Smash. I did not pick up the Wii U one. The Wii U one is one of the worst Nintendo games ever. Maybe the worst sports game Nintendo has ever made. But the Switch game, I think it was called Aces, I also did not pick up. I played the beta of it, and it just didn't do it for me. So I have no intentions of picking up Fever. I'm not that desperate for Switch games. I mean, I don't know if you saw recently, Cyberpunk 2077 was price errored on Switch Online. The game went up for like $17. I picked it up for $7, so I now own Cyberpunk. I'm not starving for games for the Switch 2. I'll tell you that much. We know Tomodachi Life Living the Dream is coming out next year. We do not have a release date. The release date's going to be early in the year. It's not going to be January or February. We know that for sure. At the earliest I could see it is March. But if I had to make an actual prediction, I would guess May. I don't know why, but Nintendo likes to Nintendo. I could see Tomodachi Life coming out in May. I think it's going to be later into the year. And that sucks, because I want to play that game more. Right? That's a game that does interest me. Tomodachi Life is weird, it's goofy, it's dumb. But I want it. But we just don't know that much about it. But hey, you better give us our gays, Nintendo. You promised us the gays last time. And to be fair, they're a lot better than they used to be. Even if, Nintendo hates couples. Not just the gay ones, just couples in general. They don't discriminate on how they discriminate against relationships. Ugh. The other game we have is Rhythm Heaven. We know it exists. It will come out at some point. I will sadly in no way be surprised if that's digital only. I don't think it's going to be. I think they will give it some sort of... I could see it being one of those things where it's like, hey, it's available on digital now, but in a few months it'll have a limited physical release. Kind of like what they did with the Pikmin game, the Pikmin collection, and the Metroid Prime Remaster. I could see them doing something like that for Rhythm Heaven. I'm honestly surprised we haven't heard anything about it. I have no idea when that's coming out. Lego Kirby World would be so much better than Lego Mario. The copy abilities would be cheaper, the sets would look better. Kirby wouldn't look like an empty husk. Yeah, the Lego Mario sets are so weird. The Mario Kart set they made, the big Mario in the cart, that was a really good set. But a lot of the Mario sets are just weird. The pixel art ones are good. It's like when they're not using the playable figure, they're good. But when they are doing the playable figure Mario sets, they're just weird. So yeah, we know Rhythm Heaven Groove is coming at some point. I made a promise many moons ago that when a new Rhythm Heaven game came out, I would pick it up as long as Rhythm Heaven fans picked up Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4 is the best-selling game in the franchise, so as far as I'm concerned, they held up their end of the bargain, so I will hold up my end of the bargain, and I will pick up Rhythm Heaven Groove. I have no sense of rhythm. I lost my rhythm when I fell asleep in a metronome factory. But I will still pick up Rhythm Heaven Groove, because I made a deal, and I hold up my end of the bargain. A game we also know very little about is Splatoon Raiders. It's coming out at some point. They revealed it in September. I want to say the game got rated by, the ESRB at some point. And we haven't heard anything about it. There was a September Nintendo Direct, and they told us nothing about Splatoon Raiders. It's really weird. Yes, that is my only problem with this game, is that we don't have Adeline and we don't have Elflin. Those are the only... I feel like the character roster in this game is really good, except they forgot those two. I don't mind that they missed Ku and Kine. I get it. Some characters have to be missed, and they're still kind of there. But Elflin and Ribbon and Adeline, we should have gotten. We at least should have gotten Ribbon or Adeline. Preferably, I'd say Adeline. But yeah, Elflin also should have been here. I completely agree. They're in stickers, I think. But they're just not playable. And that's just such a missed opportunity. It's my one problem with the game. Instead, we got Bandana Waddle Dee and Normal Waddle Dee. Instead, we got Rocky. I would have gladly sacrificed one of them. But yeah, Splatoon. I'm excited for Splatoon Raiders. The rumor is that it's going to be a survival game, which I like the idea of a Nintendo survival game. Nintendo basically making a Splatoon equivalent of Raft does not sound like a terrible idea. I like Raft. It's pretty fun. Just like Susie. You never know. You never know. Next up, we have Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I'm not a big Fire Emblem fan. I don't have much to say on it. I know Fire Emblem Engage was divisive amongst Fire Emblem fans. Maybe the new one will be better? I don't know. I know there's a schism in the Fire Emblem church that you're either a pre-Awakening fan or a post-Awakening fan, and both sides hate each other's guts for some reason. But I know people really liked Three Houses. Three Houses is the second Fire Emblem game I played. I enjoyed it, but I didn't play that much of it. Yeah, I get that. But yeah, new Fire Emblem game. It seems like they're doing some sort of tournament battle royale thing. That could be fun. I don't think it'll change my mind on... One day I will sit down and beat Three Houses. And I will hopefully have a good time. But that day ain't today. Next up, we know we're getting Super Mario Wonder DLC. There's the meetup in Bellabelle Park that's going to have, multiplayer stuff. It's going to have cooperative stuff. We also know through leaks, kind of, that Rosalina is going to be there. That Rosalina is going to become a playable character, which desperately Rosalina should have been in the base game. I will stand by that. I want the core Mario roster to always have Rosalina and Daisy in it from now on. They can't have an excuse. They need to be there in every game. We know for sure the Koopalings are coming, right? Like, that's been confirmed. Yeah, I'm not a huge Koopalings guy, but I guess I'm glad they're coming back. Listen, Mario Wonder doesn't have grace. That's like the one problem with that game, is that the boss fights aren't great. And so I'm down with having some good bosses. The Koopalings were oversaturated, but that was a while ago. I feel like we've kind of toned down on them. I don't know. I'm not super excited. In theory, I should be very excited for Mario Wonder DLC. I really like Mario Wonder. But I'm just not, like, the way they're doing this DLC is kind of weird. I'm not, like, super excited for it. Yeah, the Yoshi baby mode thing is also kind of dumb. Like, Nabbit, I get. That's the whole point of Nabbit, is that he's supposed to be in baby mode. But making 4 Yoshis that are also baby mode... I wouldn't mind if they all played differently. Like, I like that Luigi jumps higher. I like that Toad runs faster. That Peach has her glide thing. I like stuff like that. I wouldn't mind if they kept doing it. But no, instead it was just a 3D world thing. Speaking of Yoshi, we do know that there is going to be a new Yoshi game next year. We know there's going to be a new Yoshi game next year. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I have no thought. Does it kind of look like a baby game? Kind of. The funny thing is, Yoshi games can actually be very difficult. Some of those later levels in Yoshi's Yoshi's Woolly World were very difficult. There was also a rumor that Yoshi's Woolly World was gonna get a Switch 2 port. That'd be cool. But then what the heck would Rosalina's special ability be? Rosalina's special ability is the twist from Super Mario Galaxy. The spin jump or whatever it's called. That was her special ability in Super Mario 3D World. It worked fine there. I'd be fine with them bringing that back. Give somebody the cap throw. I'd be fine with somebody getting the cap throw. Maybe not to possess enemies, but to kind of use it as like a double jump. That'd be cool. I don't know who you'd give that to, but you could do it to somebody. Yeah. Well, they could have, you know, they could have variations of it. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I think the art style is kind of cute, but it does kind of just look like a baby game. They're going to have to do something more to justify it. And then the final game that we know for sure is coming to Switch 2, which is technically a second-party game, kind of, is the Dusk Bloods. The new game from Miyazaki over at From Software. I have no interest in Dark Souls. I have no interest in the Dusk Bloods, but I trust Miyazaki. Miyazaki knows what he's doing. And the fact that he was actually, like, he took this project himself to Nintendo and asked Nintendo for funding, and they said yes. That means a lot. Because especially after everything that happened with Bloodborne and how much Sony fucked him over, it makes sense that Miyazaki, it's a good sign that he trusts Nintendo. Kind of like the whole Bayonetta 2 thing. Like, you know, they got screwed over by, I think, Sega. But then they went to Nintendo and was like, hey, will you make the second game? And Nintendo said yes. So the fact that Nintendo said yes for the Dusk Bloods, that after Night Rain, Miyazaki and his team feels like they've learned a lot, I'm hopeful it'll be good. I know some people will always complain because they hate exclusive games, but I'm not too worried. We'll just have to see more. I don't know when it's coming out, but we'll just have to see. So those are the things we know for sure are coming with Nintendo. I do want to give some speculation, though, and the first one is Pikmin. I would love some Pikmin 4 DLC, because we got a Pikmin 4 update, and it didn't add mouse controls, which really surprised me, because that seems like such an obvious thing. Come on. So I do think we're going to get another Pikmin update. And I do hope they give us mouse controls. I want some of that, but I would also like some genuine DLC. My thought has either always been Pikmin 2, or give us a Cave of 100 Trials sort of roguelite mode. I think I would happily pay money for, like, you know how, like, Pikmin 4 remakes Pikmin 1? I would happily pay money for Pikmin 2 DLC, where they kind of spiritually remake Pikmin 2, bring back, you know, set it up as like the challenging DLC, because they added new difficulty modes. Give us, you know, the hard mode, bring back the Gatling Groink, bring back the Careening Dirigi Bug, make a new water wraith that's even scarier somehow. I'm sure they could figure out how to do that. They made fire instant kill in the new difficulty mode. So yeah, make electricity instant kill again. That'd be scary. Because they definitely over-nerfed electricity in 3. I don't know. I don't know what they are going to do, but I'd love some more Pikmin support. If not, I hope they're working on Pikmin 5. I do not expect to see Pikmin 5 in 2026. I actually, outside of maybe another random Pikmin short, because that was really weird, right? The fact that we got a Pikmin short just randomly out of nowheres, and then like 2 weeks later they announced a DLC, that was the weirdest Nintendo decision of 2024. I saw someone's doing like an awards show for 2025, and in their awards show they had like game cards, the Switch 2 $80 games. They had all these things, and most of them were just capitalism. But the Pikmin 2 short was genuinely the weirdest Nintendo decision of the year. And I would love to see more. I'd love more. You know, the Pikmin shorts are always fun. I would love to see more Pikmin shorts. Yeah, bring back the Bulbmin. Yes, I would love that. For like a Cave of 100 Trials roguelite mode, that'd be really cool. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see. I do want to replay Pikmin now that, because I have not played the new Pikmin difficulty modes. I know they finally got rid of auto aim, which personally I didn't really care about, but I'm glad other people are glad that's gone. But I have not played the new Pikmin difficulty mode, and so at some point I will. At some point next year, we will do that. Maybe we'll even do it on stream. Maybe we'll do that as an in-chat background game. Other things, I really want Mario Kart World DLC. I liked Mario Kart World, and the fact that we didn't get any DLC for it really surprises me. Like, even if it had just been like new character costumes for Donkey Kong, and maybe they added in young Pauline as a character, that seems like such an obvious thing. And the fact that it just didn't happen is really surprising. Because, like, Mario Kart World is right to be a live service game. They could give that game updates for the next 8 years, and nobody would complain. But Nintendo just has no interest. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can feel myself losing my voice. The fact that we've been talking for 5 hours, I can feel my voice kind of going. Not like it's gone forever, just that, I've, been talking for 5 hours straight. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm amazed we got no Mario Kart World DLC this year. We should have been getting we should have been getting seasons. I know some people don't like season passes. I don't have a problem with the season pass if I don't have to pay for it. I feel like Splatoon 3 did a fantastic job with its season pass. Mario Kart World should have had a season pass. And the fact that they didn't do that boggles me. But yeah, we should have been getting new DLCs. We should have been getting costumes. I understand not getting new tracks because, that would imply that they have to do a whole new island. Which I hope they're making a whole new island for this DLCs. But the fact that we didn't get anything really surprises me. Not even a hint that something is coming. We've got radio silence. Blows my mind. But I do hope we're getting some sort of Mario Kart something. My prediction, even though I'd actually be happy waiting another year. It is Pokemon's 30th anniversary next year. 25th? There is some sort of Pokemon anniversary next year. I think it's the 30th. My guess is on Pokemon Day, February 27th, they're going to announce Generation 10. There have been a lot of rumors about Gen 10. Is it going to be in Greece? Is it going to be in the Philippines? There's been a lot of rumors about what it's going to be. I think we're going to get some sort of Gen 10. That's my guess as to why the Hoopa DLC came out when it did, is because normally they would wait a few months for the DLC, and technically they did. They waited like 3, but if they were going to take more time on Gen 10, they would have held the DLC longer. So the fact that we already know about the fact that the DLC is already released means that we're probably getting Gen 10 by November. I don't want that. I want them to take more time on it. But Pokemon only wants to make AA games. They have no interest in making a AAA Pokemon game. And as long as people keep buying them, why wouldn't they? So I do expect Gen 10 next year. I would love it if the gimmick of Gen 10 was that they had all 1,000 Pokemon in the game, if like that was the gimmick, I think that would be a very fun gimmick to celebrate Gen 10. It's all every Pokemon. I wouldn't even mind if they didn't introduce any new ones, but the gimmick was just that, hey, you can get every Pokemon. I think that'd be a fine gimmick. Even if they don't call it Gen 10, I'd be fine with that. But, you know, not everybody feels that way. Whatever. I was looking at that achievement. Something about lapping somebody, I think. I pray for my boy Shiny Victini and Victini in general. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Victini, hasn't it? I know there was a mystery gift Victini at some point, I think in Sword and Shield. But yeah, outside of that, we haven't had Victini in a long time. I'm surprised they did Mars Shadow in the DLC. Because that was another Pokemon that was basically forgotten about. That was the last Pokemon, and my cat having a living dex was Mars Shadow. I think that was the last one for my living dex. Because they just didn't do that many Mars Shadow distributions. They did one in Sword and Shield, and they did one in Sun and Moon, and that was it. Like, Zora was easier to get. And that was before Legends ZA. So yeah, I fully expect Pokemon Gen 10 next year. Don't know what it's going to be. There's a lot of different things it could be, but I think it's going to happen. Other things, okay, the problem is, because of Donkey Kong Bonanza, we know that was the Mario Odyssey team. I don't think we're getting a new Mario game. The fact that they also re-released Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 also makes me think we're not getting a 3D Mario anytime soon. But I would love a new 3D Mario. Specifically, I had this idea that maybe we'll have to talk about at a later date. But I think they could do Galaxy 3. And basically, my idea for Galaxy 3 is less Galaxy 1 and 2 and more Bowser's Fury. But instead of being on one, giant world, you're going through a bunch of different worlds. So it's kind of like Bowser's Fury, where there's like a bunch of different, shines or stars you could get. But instead it's like, okay, this is the open world planet that is the grass planet that, you could do a bunch of stars in. And then this is the open world water planet, the open world desert planet. And it's just like 10 different sandboxes that are basically just the worlds from Bowser's Fury. I think that would work very well. And yes, it'd be different than Galaxies 1 and 2, but I think that has a lot of potential. So I'm not expecting Mega Raichu X to fly, like fully fly. Same. I was not expecting that either. But I love that side quest that unlocks Mega Raichu X and Y. I think that is such a fun side quest. Yeah, sure, it's nothing super special, but I like that it calls back the two Raichu quests in the base game. That was fun. I like that because I gave one of them a Mega Raichu. They still had that Mega Raichu in the DLC. Before it eventually, became a Mega Raichu anyways. I can hear my... Oh my gosh. I worry as my voice is going, I'm starting to sound like one of those Redditors. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can definitely hear it on myself. Excuse me, milady. Tips Fedora. God, am I sounding like that? Do I sound like that? God. My voice is shot. But hey, we just crossed the 5-hour mark. Officially. I know this is nothing for some streamers, but for me, this is a lot. And we still got so much more to do. Okay, so yeah, I would love a Galaxy 3. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna get a 3D Mario next year. But it'd be cool if we did. It is still Mario's 40th anniversary after all. But you never know. You know, if nothing happens, I do expect a Zelda game next year. I don't think it's... They could announce... Aonuma gave an interview recently where it kind of sounded like we were gonna get Breath of the Wild 3. Which I know some people are like, I'm done with the Breath of the Wild timeline. Please move on to a new game. Please set us up something new. I know some people really want that, and I kind of do as well. But it kind of sounded like we might get Breath of the Wild 3. Ugh. I don't know. I would love another 2D remake, personally. I like Echoes of Wisdom, but I didn't love it. I would love remakes of Four Swords, of Ages, or Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. I've been predicting that for years now. I think some classic 2D remakes would be nice. And, you know, maybe tease a 3D thing coming down the line. Because we know there has to be a Zelda game every year. And so far, Nintendo has, like, more or less stuck to that with, like, one exception. I think they missed, like, 2021. Either that, they missed 2021 or 2022. Other than that, they've basically hit everything. Was digging through Kirby media and found an abstract fact that Kirby Right Back At You being played Sonic TNT Fast Forward and Winx Club. I remember watching Kirby Right Back At You when it was airing. Yep, I remember watching that on WB Kids back in the day. Yep, that and that. Probably the Sonic show that you're talking about. Shaolin Showdown was another one. Ah, classics. I love Challenge Showdown, man. It sucks that the reboot was bad. Because that show was so much fun. It kind of gave that, like, Pokemon collecting vibe. It was so good. Anything else from Nintendo? As always, I give this prediction every year. I would love a new Star Fox or a new F-Zero. Technically, we did get F-Zero 99, and technically, that counts as a new F-Zero game. But I would love a Star Fox. I don't think they can remake Star Fox 64 again. They've done Star Fox 64, which is technically also a remake of the original game. They have done that so many times. I don't want Star Fox 64 again. But I also don't want Star Fox Adventure. I would love Kid Icarus Uprising remake. I don't think we're going to get a new one. But I would love just a port of the 3DS game onto Switch 2. That would be amazing. But no, I think a new Star Fox or F-Zero will inevitably happen. It's just a matter of when. The other thing I would like to predict, Golden Sun remake. I don't think we're going to get a new Golden Sun anytime soon. Because here's the problem. When it comes to Nintendo's franchises, they kind of did everything on the Switch. I mean, they brought back Famicom Detective Club. They brought Advanced Wars out of retirement. They remade the Another Code games. They're doing a new Fatal Frame game. I think it's just a remake, but still. Nintendo kind of did everything on the Switch. And the only thing left is Kid Icarus, Golden Sun, and Star Fox. And that's kind of it. They did everything else. And it's clear that they're just gonna kind of start redoing stuff again, because that's why we're getting a new Mario Tennis. We had a Mario Tennis on Switch. We don't need a Mario Tennis on Switch 2, but they're gonna do it anyways. Now, some stuff I don't mind like, I don't mind them doing Pikmin 4. I have no issue with that. And it'll happen eventually. The other thing that we also don't have confirmation of, that I do think we might see next year? Remember when Nintendo did those playtest programs? I was in the second one. I'm not going to give any specifics on it. I could see in 2025, they finally reveal a new IP, which is that playtest program game. I could see that finally coming to fruition. They give it an official name. I do think people will like it. You know, people love the the machine customization. Third time's the charm. In Kirby's Air Rider. That game is heavily built around customization. I think that new Nintendo IP will do well, theoretically. It's just because the big change with the second playtest was Switch 2 compatibility. I could see them, because here's another safe prediction. I think 2026 will be the last year of first-party Switch games. Like, you look over at Xbox and PlayStation, they're more or less still making Xbox One and PS4 games. The consoles are 6 years old, coming up on it, and they're still making PS4 and Xbox One games. Nintendo don't work like that. They will kill the Switch within the next year. I think Tomodachi Life, Rhythm Heaven, and probably one other game are going to be the last Switch 1 games. And then they're going to go exclusively Switch 2. That's just how Nintendo is. They supported the 3DS for, I think, like a year. I think they supported the 3DS into 2018. So like a year and a half after the Switch came out. And that was it. They moved on. They're going to do the same thing to Switch 2. We're going to get about another year and a half. We've already gotten about half a year. We're going to get another year of support, and that's it. I'm going to call it right now. And I could see, like, Golden Sun being the last thing. That, you know, they started the Golden Sun remake on Switch 1. And so it's coming out Switch 1 and Switch 2, and that's it. That's a safe prediction right there. Because Nintendo isn't like other companies. When they say they're going to kill it, they kill it. And that playtest thing could also be it. But yeah, I don't think I have any other Nintendo predictions. I mean, I'm always hopeful for new stuff, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. You know, that February Direct will come sooner or later, because January is always a dead month. Always has been, always will be. Which is why it would be the perfect time to host the Game Awards, but no. I kind of get it, but it also kind of sucks. Alright, so let's talk. So that's the Nintendo stuff. What about the non-Nintendo stuff? My first big hope, Mina the Hollower. This is the new game by Yacht Club Games, you know, the guys who did Shovel Knight. I want this to be good. I desperately want this to be good. The game was supposed to come out on Halloween, but as we now know from interviews, the game was only in a playable state like a few weeks prior to that, to when they delayed it, and they still got a lot of kinks to work out. You know, it's like they say in the interview, it's make or break for Yacht Club Games. I really hope they make it. I hope Mina the Hollower is great. I played the beta, the demo. I wasn't super impressed with the demo. The Holy Horrors Mansion, which we don't know which platform it is coming to. Its release date, You know what? That's another game I could see coming out next year. Luigi's Mansion 4. Next Level Games did Mario Strikers back in 2022, 23? It's been a while. We know they're not doing a Punch-Out next. They've all but admitted it. That just leaves Luigi's Mansion. I could totally see Luigi's Mansion in October of 26. Yeah, that's totally possible. But yeah, no, I want Mina the Hollower to be good. Since the game was revealed, I have become a massive fan of Link's Awakening. It's one of my favorite Zelda games. I wasn't super impressed with the demo, but it was just a demo. It was clearly a vertical slice of the game. I think there's still work to do. I'm glad they're taking their time to work on it. I desperately want it to be good. Deep down, I am a little worried, but I want it to be good. Next up, Shovel Knight. We got the Shovel of Hope DLC, or sequel. Also, want that to be good. Is that even coming out next year? No fucking idea, but we'll see. Vampire Crawlers, sequel to Vampire Survivors. I love Vampire Survivors. Still haven't finished my 100 hours, but I'm working on it. I actually did play a little bit recently. I checked out the DLC, the Castlevania DLC. It's kind of cool. But no, a sequel sounds good. We have Mugenics. This is the new game from Binding of Isaac creator and McMullen. I've heard people who've played like betas and whatnot say it's pretty good. And that comes out February 10th. We have Saros. This is the sequel to Returnal. It's a spiritual sequel. You never know. But yeah, Saros, it looks good. I don't know when I'll play it, because I do want to play Returnal first. But I'm interested enough in Saros. We got a new Lego Batman game, and it looks like they're adapting all the movies. You know, they're doing the Tim Burton ones, the Schumacher ones, the Bale ones. I'm excited for a new Lego Batman. I hope it's good. People seem to be talking it up right now. It looks like it's going to be fun. They're doing the Arkham games as well. Sounds great. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. I got into the beta for this, the closed beta. I am so fucking bad at this game. I played for like an hour. I did not win a single match. I just spent an hour getting my ass kicked so hard. I am so... Outside of Smash Bros, which I'm not even great at Smash Bros, but outside of Smash Bros, I am bad at every other fighting game. And yeah, Tokon Souls, I was terrible at. Oh my gosh. We do have the other Marvel game is Marvel's Wolverine. I'm excited for that. That looks, it could be fun. It comes out probably October of next year, but I'm definitely there for it. Oh, we also might have that Blade game. I want to say Arcane Studios is working on a Blade game that was announced like 2 or 3 years ago. Maybe Xbox will re-reveal that? That could be fun. Grand Theft Auto 6. Currently, Grand Theft Auto 6 is slated for a November 19th release date. I 100% expect that to be delayed. There is not a chance in hell that Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out next year. Okay, maybe it's like 10%. Mark my words, it will, come like sometime between March and May, Rockstar will announce that GTA is being delayed until May of 2027. And that's maybe the first date that will stick. But I do not believe for a second that November 19th date is real. Not for a second. And then finally, The Witcher 4 and Intergalactic, the new game from Naughty Dog. Both those games have been announced. We're not going to see them next year. We're not going to see those games for a while. I'd say we see Intergalactic first, because there was actually a report that came out recently that game has been in development for like 5 or 6 years. That game will have been in development almost as long as Metroid Prime 4 by the time it comes out. Because, yeah, we know Naughty Dog was working on a Last of Us multiplayer game that they eventually canceled. Rightfully so. That game was going to fail. Kind of like that hero shooter that comes out next month. That, people are already calling Concord 2. It might be good, but it's no faith from anybody. But no, maybe we'll see Intergalactic next year, but if we don't, I won't be surprised. And The Witcher 4, the gameplay we saw was a tech demo. That's not coming out anytime soon. And yeah, that's my video game predictions. I feel like we don't know much. This year was such a good year in gaming. And I feel like, yeah, we've got some good indie stuff coming. But I also just feel like we don't know much. Like, we know the first few months, and that's kind of it. But, more stuff will come over time. It always does. Wait until, like, the first Nintendo Direct and the first State of Play in February, and things will start opening up. So that takes us to miscellaneous stuff. What are my miscellaneous things? Usually this is where I do like goals for 2026. I don't have a theme year or anything like that. I know I say that every year, but it's still true. Things I do want to do in 2026. I'm a big fan of Scrapman, Con, and Cosmo. 3 YouTubers who play Scrap Mechanic, and they do hide and seek with maps made by people. My goal in 2026 is I'm going to make a hide and seek map, and I want them to play it on Multiplayer Monday. I literally was messing around with Scrap Mechanic earlier this week just to kind of see how the game works, because there's no like guide on how to make a hide and seek map, so I'm just going to kind of have to figure it out. But at some point next year, even if it takes me like multiple months, at some point I will submit a Multiplayer Monday map for Multiplayer Monday. That is just a side project I want to do. And that's kind of it. I don't really have anything else planned for 2026. I keep saying I'll go back and get my master's degree at some point. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really have any plans. Hopefully we all survive when the AI bubble bursts, because I would not at all be surprised if the AI bubble bursts next year. You know, someone fucks up somewheres, and now all of a sudden all these AI tech companies are worth nothing. Nvidia goes bankrupt overnight as everyone, you know, pulls their stocks. Yeah, something bad's gonna happen. It's only a matter of time. It's not an if, it's a when. Did I have anything else? I swear there was something else I had. I can't remember. I guess, okay, so we got 2 things left. I want to look at my 2025 predictions, and then I want to kind of do a channel retrospective. Every year we always do a channel retrospective, so I want to do that. But first, let me pull up my 2025 predictions. Okay, so I have not looked at these since last year. So, my channel predictions, I predicted Captain America was not going to be good. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. I predicted the Minecraft movie wasn't going to be good. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. I was excited for Superman. I got that right. I was excited for Fantastic Four. Yeah, more or less. Mission Impossible and Wicked, yes. Avatar, yes, but not as much as I wanted it to be. Mickey 17, I was disappointed on, which, I mean, it wasn't bad. It just wasn't anything special. How to Train Your Dragon live action, I forgot that even existed. But yeah, that came out. It was the same movie. I had no interest in Snow White or Lilo and Stitch. Guess what? That held true. I actually did see both those movies. They were both not good. Well, Lilo and Stitch wasn't as bad as people made it out to be, but it wasn't great either. And then Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I said it was going to be bad. Spoiler alert, it wasn't bad. They didn't learn their lesson. For television, Fallout, you know, that managed to come out this year. Has Been Hotel, I mostly enjoyed. Daredevil, also same. You know, I thought it was okay. Nothing too amazing, but I thought it was fine. Anime, I had 2 animes I wanted to watch. Rock is a Lady's Modesty, and There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover Unless... And I did not watch either of those. Books, I had Onyx Storm, which, oh god, was that this year? I didn't even remember that was this year. I did not like Onyx Storm. Spoiler alert. That just did not do it for me. The first 2 books I thought were fine. Onyx Storm, boo, no. Ugh. And then I also had Family Force, which was Matt Brawley's new book. I actually did enjoy it. It was nothing too amazing, but it was fine. That's Matt Brawley is the creator of Amphibia, if you don't know. Also, doesn't Rebecca Sugar have something coming out next year? Maybe that's later on down the line. Yeah, Family Force was kind of whatever. I didn't even know about Dungeon Crawler Color existing. I had Legos. I had the Lego Bamboo and Orchid. I love both those sets. We had a Mario set, which I think turned into the Mario Kart set. It was okay. And then we had a Zelda. I wanted more Zelda sets. We are getting more Zelda sets, but it just didn't come out last year. And for games, I had Donkey Kong, Xenoblade, Nintendo Switch 2. I wanted to be good. It was, but it was also the most controversial thing of the year. Metroid Prime, I said was good. It was good. Pokemon Legends ZA. Pokemon. It was Pokemon. Mario Kart 9, I was kind of wrong about. You know, I predicted a 3D Mario game. We got a 3D Donkey Kong game instead. Mario's 40th anniversary, they did eventually do something for that. I predicted they were going to remake Kirby Planet Robobot. Instead, we just got Star Allies DLC. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't hate the Star Allies DLC. I actually thought it was a lot of fun, but I would have wanted more. We got Sakurai's new game. We're playing it right now, Kirby Air Riders. I predicted a Star Fox or F-Zero. That did actually happen. Or that didn't happen. Guess what? That same prediction comes every year. I predicted a Mario sports game. They did technically announce a new tennis one. I predicted Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Neither of those happened. I wanted Ocarina of Time to be given the Final Fantasy VII Remake treatment. That didn't happen. I predicted either Chibi Robo, Tomodachi Life, or Rhythm Heaven. We actually got 2 of those. I was expecting only one, specifically Tomodachi Life. But no, we got both Tomodachi Life in Rhythm Heaven, and we also technically did get Chibi Robo, because they did re-release the original game on Nintendo Switch Online. I predicted there was not going to be a Pikmin 5. Technically, that was true. And then I did predict Call of Duty Warzone's coming to Switch too. That did not happen. I had Baldur's Gate 3. That also did not happen. And for my non-Nintendo, Mean of the Hollower. That didn't happen. Silksong did. I was excited for Doom the Dark Ages. It was okay. I was excited for Ghost of Yotei. It was okay. Death Stranding 2 came out to positive reviews. I expected Grand Theft Auto 6 to be delayed. It was delayed. And I expected no Witcher Intergalactic, and there was no Witcher Intergalactic. That has not changed. Those are... Witcher and Intergalactic are my new Metroid Prime 4. You know, there were so many games that released this year where it was kind of like, okay, you know, we've been waiting on that for years now. Witcher and Intergalactic have kind of become the new that. I guess also GTA 6, but GTA 6 is kind of a beast of its own making. So yeah, those were my predictions. I did okay. You know, I got some stuff right, I got some stuff wrong. My Tomodachi and Rhythm Heaven thing came true though, that was nice. So that leads us to our final topic, which is our retrospect. What do I think of the channel this year? So this year, we celebrated 15 years on YouTube. I have been doing YouTube for 15 years. I started in 2010. I've changed a lot since then. You know, I grew up, I went to college, I got a job. So many things have changed in the past 15 years. And yet, I'm still doing this for some fucking reason. I haven't made money off of this in years. And yet, I just do it for fun. I still have fun doing it. The moment it stops being fun, I'll stop doing it. But that hasn't happened yet. Maybe for like general Let's Plays, like what I was saying earlier with Silksong, where it's like, I regret, recording my playthrough of Silksong. I still kind of do. So like that part, no. But like me sitting down here doing this podcast, this was our 6th season. I've been doing this podcast since 2018. I don't regret it. I still enjoy it. I like the new name, the WIBE podcast. Sure, it's not a very explanatory name, but I think it's a good one. I don't hate it. And so I expect it to continue. I do not know what I'm going to do with the numbering of the show, because currently this is number 52. Normally, this is where we would break off and do a new season. Behind the scenes, this episode is labeled Season 6, Episode 52. The next episode will probably be labeled Season 7, Episode 1. In theory. I don't know if I'm actually going to do that, though. That's the thing. Or do I just continue and be like, hey, the next episode is episode 53? And then maybe behind the scenes. Maybe I do it in the description, like the next episode is 53, but then it says in the description, like Season 3, Episode 51? Or Season 7, Episode 1? I don't know. I'm definitely going to have to do something with the numbering, because I like to break it up by year. You know how the same way like comics love to like restart with number 1s? I think restarting with like, hey, new season, brand new #1 episode. I know some people will find that intimidating, but I hope it's not. You never know. I liked my thumbnails this year. I did 52 thumbnails for the stream. And while there were some cheap and lazy ones, there were some ones I really enjoyed. I loved the K-pop Demon Hunters ones, as basic as it was. I loved the Chikorita one. That one was cute. What were some other thumbnails I loved? I was really happy with my thumbnail work this year. Most of the Switch 2 ones were bad. Yeah, the Chikorita one was great. I had a great idea for the Captain America one, and I just couldn't get it to look right. The worst thumbnail of the year might be episode 12, which is the Daredevil Born Again one. That one's so ugly. I love the Thunderbolts one. Recreating a shot, because the Thunderbolts one was the moment where I was like, oh, for the movie ones, I should recreate shots from the movie. And that one looks so good in my opinion. The GTA 6 one's okay. I like the K-pop one where I'm wearing like the jersey. That one's a lot of fun. The Superman one where I've recreated the movie poster is pretty good. The zombie one's okay. The Fantastic Four one's okay. The one where I'm on Marble's pretty cute. The most popular episode of the year was Samalama Ding Dong. I think that one was the most popular one. The Batman one was good where we did the Dark Knight and I'm at the interrogation table. That was a great one. The Meta Knight vs. Starman Dawn of Air Riders was okay. The Luigi's Mansion one was okay. The Wake Up Dead Man with Five Nights at Freddy's in the background was kind of fun. Game Awards one was also awful for episode 50. And then I do have 52 made. It's got the Donkey Kong Bonanza background and it just says Game of the Year. It's nothing special, but I like to keep it simple. It's kind of surprising we aren't playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yeah, I had some decent thumbnails this year. So, okay, I keep beating around the bush here. The big thing I think I will change in 2026. You know, I'll keep updating the model. I'm going to get a better marble model. I'm going to keep updating things, obviously. But the one big change I'm going to make, I'm going to change the channel name. I've had Fochrome as a channel for I changed the, because this was my second name. My original name was SuperCoolQ22. Hated it. Hated it for many years. And then when I started, you know, actually making money off this thing, I changed the channel name to, you know, what it currently is. And, well, it was an okay name at the time. I hate it. A decade later, I think I changed the name in 2016, probably in like August of 2016. So we're coming up on a year since 10 years since the change. And I fucking hate this name. I hate it so much. I still like the WIBE podcast. I like that name. That name's here to stay, at least for the moment. But luckily, because I'm not very popular, because like, okay, I think of Rooster Teeth. Rooster Teeth, you know, they had the name Rooster Teeth. They hated the name. But because they were popular, they couldn't change it. Same thing, like Jeff said the same thing with like Achievement Hunter. He hated the name Achievement Hunter. I don't think it's that bad. But he always wanted to change it, but he never could. I'm not popular. I could change the name at any point and just start over. Make a new channel for all I care. And I might. I legitimately might at least change the name. Because I hate the name. I've hated the name for years now. I always say I'm going to change it. I don't know what I'm going to change it to. I have no idea. But at some point in 2026, I'm going to change the name. Because I freaking hate it. And I know I can do better. I just don't know what. So I will figure that out. Other than that, I don't think this show will change. I do want to do more highlights. Because I occasionally would do a TikTok highlight. Some of those videos did terribly. Some of them did pretty well. So I do want to start doing more TikTok highlights. I would love to do like 5 shorts a week. Just based on highlights from the episode. I don't think I will, but I'm definitely thinking about it. So that's on my backlog for sure. I don't know. I would love to start doing that in the new year. I also do want to do some more, you know, on the main channel highlights. I want to do Game of the Year, and I want to do the Superman one. I might do both of those. I definitely want to do the Superman one before the end of the year, because we did every other Superman movie, just not Superman Returns. So I definitely will do that before the year ends on the main channel. But no, I'm going to change the name. I am 100% going to change the name. I just don't know what to. So keep an eye out, you know, if you're randomly, you know, subscribed or following a channel you've never heard of. That's probably because I changed the name. Just don't know what to. I'll figure it out. But I fucking hate the one we currently have. I've hated it for years. I didn't hate the name In Chat either. I just feel like In Chat wasn't conducive of what the show is. Whereas WIBE, what I've been enjoying, well, sure, it doesn't address the gaming aspect. I think it gets everything else. Yeah, other than that, this show will continue the same, you know, same segments, same ideas. Still talking about movies, games, primarily Nintendo stuff, because that's what I like. Yeah. One of the things I am glad I did this year, thinking about the channel in retrospect, I'm really glad I started doing other games. That, you know, originally I said I was just going to start doing Mario Kart, and that was it. That was all we were going to do. And then because while I liked Mario Kart, I didn't love it. We ended up not doing that much Mario Kart. There were some other reasons why we didn't do much Mario Kart. But, you know, we didn't do that much. And instead, we did the Galaxy games. We did Sunshine. We did so many other games this year. And I want to continue that forwards. Because I think of the game, you know how like when you go on TikTok, you'll see people talking over like Subway Surfers? That's all I consider the gameplay. It's just Subway Surfers. For the actual like podcast. And I think that's how I'm going to treat it. You know, we're going to continue. I want to do, we did a bunch of Mario games last year, or, you know, in 2025. I think we're still going to do Mario games. Because I want to do Super Mario DS, I want to do New Super Mario Bros. 2, I want to do Super Mario 3D Land, maybe not World, maybe World, I don't know. But I think we're going to do some more Mario games, maybe we'll do some more Kirby games. I gotta play Amazing Mirror at some point. Because for all the Kirby games I played this year, I did not play Amazing Mirror. I played Kirby 64 for the first time ever. Or at least I beat it for the first time ever. Because that's a lot. That's a thing. I played 50 games this year. Only like 20 of them were new games. The other 30 were all like at least 20 years old. Not all of them, but you know, a good chunk of them. So we'll see what we're going to do in the future, but I've definitely got it on my mind. Anything else that I can think of? I don't know. I'm happy enough with the content we did this year. You know, I really do feel like we had some decent episodes in there. Nobody's watching us, but whatever. I do this for fun. Maybe I'll start a Patreon. Yeah, fucking right. Anything? I'm gonna change that name. I'm gonna get a better model for the Marble League next year. That's for sure. That's for dang sure. But yeah, I think that takes us to our outro. So what's next? I don't know. I'll be on. We're probably gonna do some sort of like Mario thing next week. But outside of that, I haven't really thought too far ahead. If I'm just being honest, I have not really thought that far ahead. Oops. Alright, we'll do one match with Magalore, and then we'll end off. And we'll race on our GameCube. Yeah, no, I'd say overall, I like some of the rebranding we did. I think overall it was a solid year. Maybe we'll do Animal Crossing. I know I mentioned that earlier. I'm thinking about it. I really am thinking about it. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see. I just don't... I don't know if I have the time. And more importantly, I worry that it's just going to be boring. Not boring, but more boring than, what it could be. That because we can only play at night, we're always going to be stuck at night. And there's no, late night ordinance like there is previous games. Yeah, I think we'll do some, maybe we'll start off the year with New Super Mario Bros. DS, because I can now do DS games in 3DS games because I got the stuff to do 3D. I got the stuff to do 3DS, but that allows me to do DS as well. So maybe we'll start off the year with New Super Mario Bros. DS, or I'll probably do the original because we did Super Mario Bros. Wii, so I don't got to worry about that. Maybe I'll do Super Mario 3D Land. You know what else we could do? We could do Pikmin. I said I wanted to play Pikmin on the hard difficulty. Maybe we do Pikmin on hard difficulty. Maybe that'll be something we do early. Because here's the other thing. I don't expect the streams to be very long. The first month of the year is always more or less dead news. No games really come out. Sure, I'm working on Expedition 33. I want to work on Hades. But typically no games come out early in the year. And I don't expect that to be any different. No movies as well. There's usually some shitty horror movies. And yeah, I'm gonna go see Marty Supreme, but outside of that, there's just nothing. It's just not really anything. Yeah, maybe we'll do... I don't know, I've got a bunch of ideas. Because, again, the gameplay is just complimentary. Complimentary gameplay, free with a podcast.
Fire. Final lap.
I think that's it. I can't think of anything else. God, I can't believe we went for... This show is getting... in the first, hour, when we hit the hour mark tonight, I was like, okay, we're making good progress. We've talked about a lot of stuff. But I just go for so long. And I don't even have a Could you imagine if I had a co-host? I would probably double the length of this show if I had a co-host. Oh my gosh, because I can just... no, it's funny. If I remember back in the day when I actually did have a co-host on a previous show, I did not talk that much. I'm a very quiet guy, with that stuff. It's on my own where I get very loud. I guess it's a tism thing. Alright, we got, what, 4th? I don't think we actually did that good. Okay, we got 3rd. Okay, that's not too terrible. We're making progress towards ranking up. Alright, so with that, I guess that brings the 2025 season to a close. We will be back in the new year. I think our first episode of the new year is January 2nd. And we'll find out, do I regret not making Expedition 33 Game of the Year? I think it'll be fine. But yeah, until then, I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Until next time, peace.